Central on the edge of the life will be able to now push themselves back. A second one on to next. The Sons of Odin falling. They survive for more place. TRG they get a 1v4. Euphoria finds free. Can they take that route? Yes, they do. They need to finish off in Central, but they can't quite do it. The first day came off in time. There also for IND holding firm, but back all the way through. One more member flush from Strangers. Strangers, they have to defend. They're trying to find the revive back in, but can they find that success? Golden Boy trying to defend off backside. 69 still up front. Has found themselves revive. The Snow Boy going down. It will be Golden Boy strike down one. Defense successful. And the Hitman now joins in for the backside, but can they take that victory? Yes, they do. W on one, but now the other Hitman takes a right
on that southeastern side that we see. These teams need to just pull the trigger, thinking when to get a bait. They need an opening knot somewhere because Team Savage needs to make very, very smart moves. Right now, we've got Excuse Me needing to complete this, and that will be Albert actually going down.
Now Jody off the backside, well coming in with the help of ads for support. Yaya on the front, but he enters up onto Euphoria. He finds one. Can he find a second? No, 12 will now go down. It's disastrous. He find a second. But ads don't give a care. The smoke defends. Almost that goes down. Zephyr will get popped off the top side. Adds as a second. And they're going in one by one. But can 12 find them all? Will not explode the vehicle. Will not explode Icy. And for Icy down below. 7 dodging out. Another grenade going in on top. Can he find that triple? Well, it looks like he can. If he flashes a gun, he smacks them down as a 1, 2, 3 triple, baby.
This is not a drill. I repeat, this is not a drill. It's time for rising stars to shine. Show their skills, win a pile of cash, and become the pride of our country. We are proudly presenting the tournament the United Kingdom has been waiting for. PUBG Mobile National Championship returns with a prize pool of £22,000. The tournament consists of 3 stages through June to August. Open qualifiers were held from June 4th to 11th, where all the registered teams put their skill to a test in order to get to the next stage. 32 best teams that will survive this massacre will move to the group stage, which will be divided in 2 groups and take place from 5th to 8th and from 12th to 15th of August. 16 teams that will get the highest standings during the group stage will proceed to the final stage. Here it comes, the finals. They will be held from 20th to 22nd of August. Mark these dates because they will make history of PUBG Mobile in the United Kingdom. Can you hear it coming? Can you feel your heart beating faster and faster? Can you smell a chicken dinner? This is the PUBG Mobile National Championship. The adrenaline of competition, the suspense, the bravery, and the most explosive moments in mobile gaming. Excited? And we haven't even mentioned the prize pool, which is, hold on to your parachutes, £22,000. Now that's a chicken dinner.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, and welcome your beautiful faces back over here for this weekend to the PUBG Mobile National Championship for the United Kingdom conference over here for day 2 of the grand finals. And it's an absolute pleasure to be back here for the action. 5 more games coming your way, and I cannot wait to get right into it. My name is Maxman. I'm going to be your host, but also I'm going to be joined by 2 fantastic gentlemen on my side that I'm also sure are pretty hyped to get in today's 5 games. It's going to be Professor Tarzan and Highland Wolf. Last time I started was you, Highland, so I'm going to say Tarzan. How are you feeling going into day 2 today?
Very, very excited because I love to talk about mentality. I like to talk about adaptation. We've seen some issues, faced by some of these teams yesterday. And we've only got 3 days, so this day 2 would be so important to come in and start strong.
You can't start with negativity like that right off the bat. Okay, you got to get hyped up into it. Then negativity happens later. Okay, the curse my curse is going to arrive too. We're going to have a lot of negativity, but so we better chill a little bit. I know, Wolf, you seem pretty chill. You chill out, mate? You good?
I mean, I'm chill, but I'm looking for positivity. I think we need a little bit more luck on our side, especially considering a little bit of a yikes on the predictions yesterday. We're slightly behind the community when it comes to being on point with who wins out on those games.
Yeah, talking about winning your games, you need to win games, and of course, for that to happen, you need to follow the rules. And talking about the rules, we're going to be having to check out the rule system for our tournament once again. It's the good old rules. People still call it the new rules. I don't know why people do that. This rule is more than a year old right now, so it's like this is the normal rule set where you get yourself a win is 15 points. And I would say, especially yesterday, NDL really understood the 1 point per kill rule, and they really played around that.
Oh, yeah, they did, certainly. I mean, when we about NDL, they obviously come off of a big 19 kill game 2, then into Sanhok. Unfortunately, it wasn't so hot though. Yes, it had that little blip with 15 positions, 0 points. However, coming back into game 4, game 5, very high on kills, 11 and 7 points respectively, Max. It took 10 and 6 kills respectively in those games. And I think you can actually compare them here to a team like Bigatron, where they are very high in those kills. However, not certainly all very high in those placement points. Very volatile when it comes to picking up as many kills as they can, but not necessarily with those kills do they actually translate that into chicken dinners. But at the end of the day, you don't have to win by taking those chicken dinners in a tournament. You can still win with those points.
Yeah, very important point, actually. I'm sure we can break that down a little bit more in depth later on. But we need to break down right now the overall standings here for our grand finals for the PMNC UK conference and see who is currently leading the pack. But that's not now, because I got it wrong. No, we're going to check the prize pool, because you know what? That's what the first place is going to get. £22,000 are going to be coming to the top teams. And for the first place, £6,500. Pretty bonkers to see once again. I believe, if I'm not mistaken, Tarzan, this is the biggest prize pool for a UK PUBG Mobile tournament. I think so. I'm pretty sure. I think
it's one of the biggest, if not the biggest. And I think that's really leading into the quality of teams that we are seeing. I say there's still a great room for improvement, but it's actually getting there. So seeing the progress is great. You know what? Sometimes when I try to place myself into the shoes of these, players, right? Some of them are quite young. Like, it's actually a life-changing amount of money if they can get it. So I actually want to see what they're going to do with it. You know what? Let's slide into our DMs and let us know. But you know what? Before that, you've got to win those games.
Nah, don't slide in his DMs. I already done that. He's mine. Okay, nobody slide in his DMs right now. But also now, for real, I'm not gonna lie this time. I'm gonna say the truth and only the truth. We're gonna go and check out the overall standings of the tournament so far from 1st to 16th. And already we talked a little bit about these standings before the show actually started, both of you guys. But especially for you, Tarzan, you said there was one surprise in the top position, and that's actually IND.
Yes, the reason why I say that is if we look through the left side of this chart. We're filled with experienced teams, with decently experienced players. And sometimes we think about those teams that lack a bit of experience. You would come in and they play a little bit chicken, should I say. But IND showed no signs of that. I think that's heavily reliant on how they got the circle in game 1 and had a good start. But you can see that confidence actually carrying over to the rest of the game as well, especially, for example, game 5. They're still very, confident in making certain, big splits and then tightening those splits. Not perfect, but the thoughts are there, and the execution from the individual plays are actually giving us some hope, and anticipation. So I want to shout out to this team, but it's not easy to be there, and we've got a lot of tests coming through. We've still got 10 games to go.
Yeah, 63 points. I think they can be pretty happy about their performances so far. Yesterday, I'm surprised especially by the point separation by TRG. 32 placement points and 17 kills. Maybe we want to stack up a few more kills to make sure we can fight for that top 3. But especially Highland Wolf, we were also talking earlier about the second page and some surprises over there. And we have some teams that are on the bottom side we were not really expecting at the start.
I think definitely surprising that Team Savage, one of those teams that, of course, the community favored, coming out strong at the start of the day. Yes, they were able to strike in a top 5, but for the rest of that day, in day 1, they didn't actually strike anything when it came to those kill points. The majority came from that first game, including those placement points as well, 31 through from them. And I think the other surprise really is Conqueror UK here, Max. Yes, were able to rise 4 spots in that final Erangel game, but for the rest of those first 4, don't want to sound like a negative Nancy once more, but also they did struggle.
Yeah, don't worry. The negative Nancy is going to be me and Tarzan today. Okay, you're going to be the positive hype.
I'm the hype guy.
You're the hype guy. Okay, we'll be all depressed in the corner, crying about ourselves. You'll be the one actually cheering on the teams. That's fine. But especially, this is a point of view that I really enjoy having a conversation with you about, Tarzan. It is that you were a coach, hoping to be a coach again. So hey guys, hit him up in the DMs. I'll allow you to slide in the DMs if it's for coaching your jobs. But really, going into day one, into day two, the mentality must be a really strong suit to make sure you can hold on to the high spots if you're there, or try and bring some change if you're on the bottom side of the standings.
It's one of the hardest things to do, to be fair. Like, it's almost like a one-to-one type of work with the players before you get to gather them all around. And the prep work really starts like from, last night. Like, they need to fix sleep, they need to make sure they rest up, and then you need to focus on the strings, right? Like, you go through some bots, but it has to be the digestible amount. Like, that is the key thing. You don't want to have the overload. When you have too much, then you overload the circuit and you can't even use your muscle memory. So that would be the key there. And that hype, we talk about you needing to find that really good line. You need to be calm enough. This is not traditional sports, this is esports. You need to find the right level of emotions, then you need to execute according to your knowledge.
Yeah. Esports was a big capital E, of course that's going to be this case, but also we're going to have our schedule here was a big capital S. We're going to have our exact same maps as yesterday. We're going to have 2 Erangels, 2 Miramars, and only 1 Sanhok. So if you're not that good on Sanhok, it's okay, we shall forgive you. But if you're not finding those points on Miramar or Erangel and you're struggling on those, that is really going to be a weakness for some of the teams that might actually at the end result in them not being contested in the top 5, I would say, Highland.
I think that definitely is going to be the case where you still have the same team struggling on Erangel and Miramar. Sanhok, however, is one of those matches where it does actually favor, I think, some of those lower placed teams. That's where we definitely saw those lower placed teams, right, start to move up on the leaderboard, hinting at, of course, TSC Ultimates. Chicken Dinner they were able to take through, as well as, I think, the fact that TRG Direction, a big game for them as well, able to climb up with their points from that middle match. But to link back to Erangel and Miramar, I think that actually you need to see more when it comes to those early games and when it comes to those positioning of teams, because we saw, particularly I think in that second game of Miramar, a lot of teams falling down, but necessarily not because they just wanted to fight early on and for the sake that they wanted to get those kills, but because actually they found themselves repeatedly getting caught out without the support from their team. Sometimes even the splits being as far as one compound to an entire another compound in the case of some squads.
Yeah, I think especially NDL just proves that point right. They're the team that went for the best rotation, rewarded them, with a win at the very end. So keep it up, boys. We'll see how it's going to go. But also, if you paid attention yesterday, you know what time it is. It is time for the community vote right now. If you want to join up, once again, if you are on YouTube or Twitch, that is fine. Both platforms work. You've got to be in the chat and you've got to put the hashtag of your team. So you're talking about NDL. You want to vote for NDL, put hashtag NDL in the chat, once again, on both Twitch and YouTube, and you will be entering a vote for that specific team. So far, you guys are absolutely crushing us on the desk. You have 4 wins, 4 points, and we only have 1. So, Tarzan, we have to put some serious efforts in our voting this time around. Which will be the team you're going for this time?
You know what? I'm going to go back to what I did yesterday. I'm going to go for NDL. Right, we talk about adaptation, and game 1 of every day incredibly important. And considering that they had a very decent day 1, they would have that momentum coming in. I feel like they've learned their lesson as a very experienced team, and they are not going to let this slip today.
Okay, I think that's a good one to... I mean, you go for NDL. I was going to say, well, that's a surprise, but I'm like, no, it isn't. You voted like twice for them yesterday, so I actually know. I'll take that one back. You don't have the privilege card on that end. How about yourself, Iron Wolf? What are you going to go for this time?
I want to vote for someone new. I'm going to go for, I think, TRG Direction. We're yet to see them really pop off when it comes to Erangel, but I'm confident they've been rising in the leaderboard. The last Erangel game, they rose up 2 spots with that final match. So, as I say, I'm confident that they can take that win.
Okay, you know what? I threw yesterday. I took Xeno Tactics. That was like me just taking the point and throwing it out the window entirely. So I'm going to go for the consistent team of the tournament so far. That is going to be Example Team. I did mention yesterday, actually, that I thought they might be PMPL ready if they keep on this kind of trajectory. So we'll see. But here we go. We have the community votes coming in. Wait, they're pulling a Maxman right now. They voted for Xeno Tactics. That's surprising. 33% of the votes. Second is going to be SYRAX. And then we're also going to have Triple Esports with 17% of the votes. Pretty surprising. But you know what? Guys, I'll allow you to potentially try and break that one down going into the game, because those are some interesting teams that actually got voted by the community.
Oh, man.
I think Go for it, man.
What a series of results. Do you know what I love, though, Tarzan, is the fact that every single time we think that we vote for squads at the top, all the community vote for 3 different teams.
You know what? Sometimes it's about, having fans, like having that supporting group. Like you have your friends watching you, it can do you so well. It's like yesterday, we didn't expect those teams being there, but with the supporters, I think that can really change a good amount of the results. Right here, we have a very southern playing path. We've got everything, boys. We've got a very eastern playing path yesterday for the first Erangel game. The second Erangel game, we've got western one. Now we've got southern one. We've got everything. So these teams are being stretched, and for them to use their brain according to their research and preparation to see how they can pull this off. The first thing off the plane is, of course, no problem heading towards Novo for SYRAX, as well as IND heading towards military base.
Oh, you've got to anticipate here heading through to this game that the drop spots are going to be contested around Sanhok once again. When you look towards actually those drop spots of Erangel, it was that contention around there. You think of the likes of Fear of Example team dropping down there, previously Conqueror as well. But what we actually see is a very wide split of teams this time around. And complementing that with the fact that the playing path went on the south side is now this northern phase zone. And I say complementing, but for me, I feel like it's complementing because it's quite mean. However, for the rest of them, I also feel like it's pretty darn mean. You gotta feel sorry for the likes of IND, for SYRAX already down on that South Island. The fact that you've got squads upon teams now holding that bridge as well is scary for how you get back into the match.
I think the fact that so many teams love these northern positions, maybe around that river, have caused so much of a change of dynamics in this early game. A lot of them will be contesting those vehicles very early on, and you will see a lot of runners like what we see for StrangersBD. Their squad that has been struggling a little bit. They were heavily relying on that last game of group stage to get into here, but you know what? Like, this is completely different type of lobby, and so we need to see how they do that. And Team Savage as well, starting this one as a trio, and it's not going to be a good one. Last time around, they want to head towards Gatka and got cut off around Rozhok so easily. This time, they can get here, and they got here okay, but the numbers disadvantage is not going to be easy for them.
Do you know what I think this playing path really, and this zone really focuses, should I say, on as a team is Most Wanted? And you think to Most Wanted's rotations, I mean, they rotated all the way through that northern side for the first game, and then similarly did the same thing on the 5th game. And this is very much a northern phase 1 zone for these squads. Yes, you still got the likes of Georgiapol, which I think is equally going to be contested. Maybe there's some fortune for the likes of OMA, who are also low on that leaderboard, who need those points.
I think this is a very tricky phase 1 for a lot of these teams, because we are seeing that tendency of slow rotation in phase 1, especially when the playing path so far. Then you took half of that phase 1 to get to where you want, then you start to loot up. And for those teams who love some early rotations to say uncontested loot, like Severny could be a choice. It is so far, or based on just the analysis of how these teams have been rotating, I think you can get there and come back close to the river without getting punished.
Well, I mean, here also around a school position, I think that for the likes of Example team, you know that they, for a squad, stay here very long. In actually Erangel, they tend to stay here towards, I think, the first phase to the second phase, something that I'm looking for them to try to adapt. I think Example team, of course, they are slightly lower on the leaderboard. They're not as super high up overall, but I do feel that actually, if they can try find those picks, if they can try find those kills moving through school, which is a very open, vulnerable position inside an entrance into zone for a lot of these squads on the east, then they could find that success in the first match overall. I mean, for example, team, yes, we've seen that consistency, but I don't think that Erangel has been overall their best game out of everything.
Yeah, I think this phase 1 circle, the fact that it doesn't complement the playing path is extremely interesting. We're going to see a few kind of roadblock situations. So I say one pocket position would be that main road that connects Rozhok and Yasnaya. Okay, and to see teams liking to drop there and hold there would mean a team like TSC Ultimate and Sons of Odin, with their style of rotation, they would probably go for an anti-clockwise wide rotation to come back into Stelba and play the northern side, right? right? That's just a pure prediction. I'm going to test my theory right now. And the other side, on the western side of that block, would be between Ruins and Everest. So that is another spot as well, because we've got teams liking to drop there. So it's really established early on. And they were also teams that have that tendency to just stay there. Right? We drop here, is in the circle, we stay. Okay, so we will see some of these teams coming in, some scrappy fights around with some teams with a very clear intention to wide rotate.
I love also you bring up Everest, because I feel a little bit disappointed that we didn't get to see as many Everest squads really take advantage of that high ground. And to look at how impactful it is, I mean, you can already see there the fact that Xena Tactics, now also Team Savage, rotating around that Everest position onto Hospital. With Everest, you get to see all of those squads doing just that. The fact that also NDL, I want to highlight in Georgia Pole, taking around that northern side. Very like NDL, we saw them do this in the 5th game last time around, and I love it they're repeating that rotation, because again, it's this northern side that I think really is going to be the strength for a lot of these squads. Yes, it could still shift very hard towards the south, but I do feel that definitely having that position to control the bridge, you definitely dictate a lot of the game in the event that it does continue to shift across that river.
Exactly. So this control, like Island would mention, around that river is extremely important, to be that block when you want to play gatekeeping, have a good split on either side, or both sides, I should say, is just amazing, right? You also get info on either side, keep your information open, then allow yourself to make the quick rotation for the next shift. And we're going to see this type of style coming through. I think when we talk about it more, teams would also have that type of mentality. But you know what? Like, so far, it's been still a little bit slow, but what I would say is this is a quicker phase one from all these teams. Maybe they were just testing the water yesterday as well, don't want to risk too much, and I can understand that completely. So I want to see a bit of a different fight mechanic as well as dynamics through these lobby.
Well, we've already seen what had been the South Island really play spoiler for a lot of these squads in that first match. But I think now we potentially here, as we say, get to see that north portion of Erangel. I want to also highlight that, yes, it has been a slow game to initially start us off here, but come now this point, when you're at 8 minutes in the game, you start to approach that mid-game, you start to get situations like this, right? Where Triple are now, unfortunately, up against an opponent here, Sons of Odin, on the opposite end of the bridge. I feel that actually Sons of Odin are playing it how a lot of these faster-paced rotation teams will have that advantage. Whereas we say, like NDL, they'll have that advantage. I do think it is wise that they don't get caught out, but they are trying to reposition here for a better spot onto this bridge, because you can see that if they had found themselves not Sons of Odin, they could have actually been crashed upon with 2 members slightly back on that house. But rightly so, Triple, no way across from that bridge, do just take the long route round.
Yes, and you know what? I completely agree. Sons of Odin showing this type of pacing in phase one that is almost the same as Triple Esports, which is a very experienced team. Like, they keep overtaking, how should I say, just out-rotating certain teams that are closer to the par positions. So that is a style that we love to see. I just want them to, find the way to do that in a safe manner. Somehow, right now, they just magically sit along that window where no one really crashed with them, just based on the preferences, of these teams. So I want to see a change in those preferences to test that theory, that way of rotating. But you know what? NDL is here to strike. The zone continues to go towards the northern side. This river area is going to get really, really chaotic.
I want to know what's happening to IND versus Excuse Me though right now, because Excuse Me, they're getting blown up on that kill feed. 3 knocks against them so far. And I mean, here for IND, it's already 2 confirmed kills. They've not even lost a single member. And for Excuse Me, who was sitting at that leaderboard in 6th position, they failed to really find a good result in that 5th match. And once again, on Erangel on the next day, maybe we didn't take into account your sleep schedule, your well-being here, as you try to call it here, your plan for today, because actually they are struggling once again.
You know what, like, this is a very tough circle. I think those early game consideration, thinking about where a team would be so that we can open up positions like the Georgia Pole Bridge, those are extremely important, right? But we see, although the river being in play means that we'll get some car plays. We saw Farah doing some just cool tricks, and we see Albert from Excuse Me maybe pulling that type of skill off again. But this circle is finally slowly getting saturated. There's not a lot of half covers in there though. Like in Game 5 yesterday, we've seen a finish around here, and you can see teams actually struggling to find a spot as if they don't know this part of the map well enough.
I'm just surprised the teams aren't making a really wide eastern rotation. Yes, towards Yasna, Polyana is most wanted, but you can even rotate, I think, given if you're fast enough, around Stalba in towards the likes of the very northern reaches of Erangel. You think towards the 30, towards shooting range. Right there, also SYRAX. They have found IND. They both ended up at the South Island, but unfortunately, we SYRAX to come out on top for now. They found one, unfortunately. Now IND down to what will be the trio, but also Cable in a slightly little bit of a dicey position here. There are members of IND around them, and he might just catch a second here as the rotation will come through. They will go wide, and IND do look like they will keep all remaining three alive.
I think it's a very good decisive rotation away, you know, like they're closer to the center zone. They may get priority to cross. That means they can just strike another time in another place, right? So that is good coming from IND. 2 kills on board right now. And that is actually TRG having some trouble as well. That center zone is getting more packed, and we will have these neutral fights appearing. We will analyze those splits. It's not going to be easy, though. You need to reassess again and again in this type of circle.
Oh man, even Conqueror here as well, stepping up when I think they needed it most in that 5th game. I think the Erangel, from what we saw yesterday, when we saw that final match and when we started to see some of these newer teams down from the bottom of the leaderboard really make their statement on these finals, it gets really more exciting here. And I think that starting off with SYRAX, starting off, I think, as well there with the fact that most wanted Sons of Odin making good rotations initially there. Also, in Tactics, one of the bottom squads to take those points, if that they are. Well, the very most bottom team, only 5 points they were able to pick up here, Tarzan, but Triple, it might just look bad once again for them. They might just have their number. A grenade over the top for Mathis. They're trying to knock them. They found TRG out in the open.
You know, it's almost like you can hear what they're saying through their movements. They found, you know, someone in the compound they want to claim. They're stuck in the middle, and they don't know what to do. You know, that is the issue with going into a part of the map and reaching compounds without having a scouting plan and a plan B, right? So that is the issue, and we'll see it time and time again. This will get quite populated, though, because there's not a lot of hard covers, like we mentioned. A lot of people would want to avoid shooting range because whoever is there already would have been well set up, and you want to avoid it, and causing this crazy funnel in the wide rotation from the northwestern side, I should say, to enter the circle. So that is going to be really congested.
To be fair as well, the fact that OMA here as well and up against IND, OMA another one of these bottom squads,
No.
they thought they had the outplay onto Premixed, but a double surprise from Shashang stepping up, taking them down. I mean, that's beautiful stuff. Yes, OMA, they might be going in for a little bit too much here, but they have found Premixed. Can they find a second? OMA, they're trying to make it work. And what could be still disaster here for IND. They have nowhere really to go. They're still on the edge of that water. Flash, really here the final play alongside Jay-Z. But where is even Jay-Z for this support?
You know what? Unfortunately, Xenotactic is out from that skirmish, though, is what I like about IND. Yes, they're down to 2 players, but in these small skirmishes, they are so decisive to say, hey, let's go for it. I will trade for you if you get knocked. And they're quickly for the reset. Like, this is something that you don't see in teams that's not quite experienced. Sometimes they get a little bit choked, but I think the training is coming through, like from PMCC now into this one, but need a little bit more better parkour skills, I just say. Shashang should be completely fine, but it's not going to be easier. After all, they are in the circle and they can maybe rest a little bit, but Oma really wants to be here to capitalize. I think this is good pressure. This is good initiative.
Ooh, Oma, Jay-Z, they might have just found one, might find two. They just can't find Shashank, though. The HP on what is single digit surely keeps them alive, and that's the sliver of margins that makes a difference in these games. But if Shashank can find that final member, there is still one alive for Oma. We have found Splash. Splash doesn't even know what hit him. An IND strikes straight on back, and they take down another of the kills, up to now what is, I believe, 6 for IND in this first game already. The zone did shift up north, high up north, Tarzan, in towards shooting range into the 30. And it looks like it could just go once again all the way to the northern side. What a zone this is.
And a very typical hill that's Triple Esports taking, almost that snake hill that we talk about. And that split may need to be tightened, but you can see that split is well thought out. 3 to hold down the middle spot, and then efforts to catch the funnel from the right rotation coming in from the left side of the minimap. And everyone's going to crowd in through Zaverni. It's going to be incredibly packed. It's going to be about those reflexes and quick comps.
Everyone's going for that position, but as we said, so is everyone, Tarzan, and there's no room for these 13 teams. Remaining teams, Savage going to be the first to fall. It's going to be team fighting non-dance stoppers here. Example defending what is one of the few positions outside of zone, but even the likes, you cannot stop here. The rest of Sons of Odin jumping on into Example, jumping on into Conqueror. They get exploded on out of the battleground. Example, they hold on, but they still need to walk in even further. And as we mentioned, Conqueror, they're the ones in control of them. But TSC Ultimate, they are also trying to make that push.
It's going to be extremely tricky, though. Part of that is due to how this circle is 40% circle. These skirmers are going to be crazy. As they fight, they need to watch out for the third party from the Zender zone. This is TSC Tamtem trying to continue his wrath from yesterday. That is not coming through with us with the flash.
They found one, but can they take the rest? There's still more to come. Conqueror now losing Snowboy, Scythe, also from SYRAX along with Londa crashing away. TRG alongside the Nexus. As it will be absolute disaster for every single hopeful in this fourth rotation of the game. I see they now step up. Example, they try to make that push in. TRG along the rest of the outskirts have potentially here found, they know that Albert is there, surely, well, giving that option away, but they step up. Now Albert trying their best to make the shots, but they go straight back down, and with that Albert, the position given away is also Nexus for TRG. They lose another in the backside, so for TRG, actually, yes, they're trying to take one fight, but the backline is getting ruined.
You know what? It could be a huge play coming from Elba, sending the car in far enough, and also allowing him to get into the car and shoot maybe. With the trike, though, I don't have that much experience with that, but TRG is holding this line. They need to also have a very longitude, how should I say, horizontal view along the shoreline so that no one's really coming to touch them.
I love as well about that ridgeline. We talk about ridgelines again, Tarzan. When you look at this position on the camera angle, if they drive along the right on the edge of that ocean, they cannot be shot. And that is exactly what you're looking for TRG as a squad to be able to execute. Here is also Conqueror trying to just execute Example, but not to any success.
And that is NDL making that control there. It's not going to be easy, though. They are further away from the zone. It's going to be both sides fighting at the same time. That blue zone's almost completely closed. Some rotation may come through, but that's TSC actually trying to control with the more clump formation, but they're taking care of multiple sides.
Water zone. Tarzan, I want it. Shift it all the way to the north. Make it hell for them, as it will be triple. It is a 40 to 60, I would say, zone here for these squads. That beachfront really of no use. NDL, they have to fight through Fear. Fear, they have all the cards on the table, but so do NDL. They're given everything so far for this position. Potentially, for NDL, maybe they could rotate in towards more the center, but is that even too close, Tarzan, for them? Because Triple are there as well.
I think it's going to be a bit too far. It's actually extremely exposed. So I think there's certain spots still playable on the south side. So some of these teams may need to think about that, a spot that gives you options. And that's also proactiveness coming through. NDL would first use the soft cover and then trying to claim that edge position away from the side of the Esports.
Oh, nade war. Here we go through. Rolkis dodging out one. Drop to half HP. Jody as well. Going very low. But we don't get knocked. That is crucial. The backline still alive. Yeah, getting lit up beside the vehicle, but just are still holding firm. Jody now driving in. They still need to find that reposition. Zone is now coming in, more importantly, Tarzan.
You know what? Like, Fear also have to find a spot. They need to assess whether they will be safe right in there. But that fight will break out anyway.
They're going for the flank NDL. They're trying to drive the fire. Well, Fear, they're having absolutely none of it. They're going to walk into zone themselves. They're going to continue to pincer away NDL. We mentioned if they do go for more of that center position, but you can see that solo player still under fire. Triple, also, you've got to be sure that they will fight their own fight down onto NDL as well, as their TSC Ultimate, they're struggling. They are struggling most apparently against Most Wanted. Fear as well on the edge. It's now the descent into the open plains of Phase 5. And what is zone here, Tarzan? There is still 9 teams alive trying to find their position inside of it. Euphoria baiting through though. One. Fear now might just be joining Farah on the knees, as they may be praying, may be begging the NDL leave him alone for now.
You know what? That was not the time to look into center zone. There's a
really
strong team coming in, and that's the bait.
Oh, Jody, he strikes onto one. Can they take through 3 Evo in total? They knock down through onto Farah. Bilal, it's all up to him. But Bilal, he's nowhere to run. He's nowhere to hide. NDL, they're jumping on in. NDL, they've got this. But Jody, they leave it to the solo play. He's trying to find a shot. He gets them. Jody, the MVP here of NDL, buys him the time right as the blue zone pops in behind the backs. TSC still surviving on the front here against MW.
You know what? Jody and NDL capitalizing off the fear and the hesitation of Fear Esports. That was a great play. And just rotate straight away. Doesn't want to touch that spot. They just keep coming in, and now they get a bit of a priority. So many teams need to fight through to enter from the southern edge.
Oh, Triple, though. They've now lost a zone. That zone, Tarzan has gone once again towards the ocean. There is absolutely nowhere but a road and a beach for these teams to take. I mean, that is absolutely abysmal for a first phase zone. This is where the fishies really start to play. You can see TRG all alongside also Strangers and trying to play just that very strategy. But how long does that really last? To an extent, potentially even a couple places for them. I think though, for the land, it's going to be those that take the victory. It's Most Wanted, they are trying to defend. NDL, they can't quite do it though. Most Wanted, they strike on in. They have found themselves some form of position, but already Hardman knocked out. And they've lost, they gained the front line. So Most Wanted, they didn't send it in. Yes, thankfully for them, they don't have a front line completely destroyed. But 12 is on their own. They're still trying to make the revives. Tarzan, and those nades are coming in.
It's so hard to come on, and you know, sometimes you just need to let it go. You need to get into a spot where you can reset, otherwise you just have other sight lines, and that is Ref not striking. Triple finally on board.
They are reversing into danger, but they made it work into the smoke. They stay and they will hide and they will pray, as we say, just like every single one of these other teams. NDL, they have now gone into the water, opting for the different strategy. They are just trying to survive. 5 different teams inside the water right now, but only 3 inside of that land. And you've got to think that for those on that land, this is where they really can start taking those free reign onto those kills, including their also Conquerors. And I do believe their, yes, Triple will be those final squads in onto the beach.
You know what? It's just crazy. 8 teams, 9 alive. What the hell is that, man? And imagine the circle continuing going to the northern side. I don't know what to expect of this. Like, I haven't seen any game like this before. This is just crazy. Albert's been swimming for the past 5 phases, I believe. He's been swimming in the middle of the map, now on the most northern side of the map. 5 teams swimming right there, but they now have to get back. This may be farming time for Euphoria, for the side of NDL, but this will be the numbers advantage from Triple as well. The patience there, now they can come in and try to control every part.
He can't even stand up, though, because look at the rest. It's actually TSC Albi from the opposite end, just enough here to survive, and does take them down. They step up inside what was that vehicle, and we mentioned that strategy before, playing so well for them. Hitman will now be struck again. Hitman down to half HP, will be executed, but this time by Abstract. It will be Conqueror falling down in 6, already down to the final 5 is Abstract. For the rest of Triple, they've got still 2 players up, and actually for Triple, this could be their game.
You know what? Like, the patience coming through. They say, we will wait. We will use our position. If they're in the water, we'll find a way to kill them, right? But I'll be just making that call there. The strength of preserving that vehicle to be sit in, that's just crazy. Most Wanted out, and we're down to 14. 5 players only, though.
5 players. That is all we have left. But for the rest of Triple, this zone absolutely given to them. Tarzan and Albert. Albi here, also Strangers still trying to survive. Yes, it has been beautiful. I think that the most influential impact that this water has been through from Albert, right? The amount of placement points they can pick up as they now survive another squad. Strangers going down into the top 3, but can they take a second position? And TSC, they do have that vehicle, so they could then strike down onto Albert as they try to approach. You do just that. They will be caught out. The spray comes through. Unfortunately, Albert, 3rd place is all they'll get. TSC, they will take down 2nd. But this is all Triple's game, and it will be that complete first through. Playzone takes them in a chicken dinner to Triple Esports.
Man, I don't know how to feel about that. It's just so chaotic in the way, and those teams made a huge bet to go for those water plays, and it just worked out. I cannot believe that's actually the case. And Excuse Me went to 2nd place. No, actually 3rd place from that play. It's just crazy. He's down to a solo, I think, 10 minutes into the game, and that's just insane. The way to survive that and found the time to take that really bold bet somehow worked out for them. That we've got everything today so far as a crazy way to start the day.
What an absolutely insane game 1 here, but it's only the first match. We still have 4 more to go here. Tarzan, it is right after this break. Do not leave us because it's only heating up. Hey everyone, my name's Han Wolf here. We're joined with what will be TRG Direction Nexus from the PMNC UK scene. How are you doing, Nexus?
Yeah, I'm good. How are you?
I'm doing good. Let's just start off with, I think, the first one here. Excuse Me now. Excuse Me versus Cookery. Cookery actually didn't do so hot when it came over to the tournament, but they were up against fair talent, right? Costy, Prada also coming through from Gaijin. And now let's take a look here. I think on Albert over Cookery. Of Excuse Me to find out also even more on the offside. There's a beautiful double through from Albert. That's a disaster of an engage through from Cookery. And as a result, Cookery, they will surely fall down. Only Hell will be remaining as a solo player in a you gotta really feel, I think, for Kukui, because this was Span, albeit really their last chance.
So, to be honest, look Albert positioning. He's in the top and he can see everyone from Kukuri. And what they're doing, I don't know, like he picking one guy and another guy is running around the left side. Obviously, he can trade him when he knocked the other guy. But Albert played well, I can say there. Like the gameplay he showed, that exceptional 1v2 with Kukuri. Yeah, that's what I can say.
Hey everyone, my name's Alan Wolf. We're now joined by the beautiful Triple D Esports Reznov. Reznov is a beautiful performance from you in PMNC UK, but how are you doing more importantly today?
I'm good, thanks, not too bad, thanks, yeah.
And I just want to also give you a little bit of a test here now. It's not just a wee little bit of a chat, but I also want to get your opinion on some of the replays here from the PMNC UK group stage. And we're going to start off, I think, with the first one, going to be Risk taking down Team Savage. I just want you to kind of break us down what's happening in a team fight, Reznov.
I like the way this match evolved. I mean, even the beautiful air maneuvers we had coming in, looking to close off the fight. There we go. Oh, the Strangers, bringing in the Strangers' ways.
Hey, what's happening here? Oh my goodness.
Okay, that was very risky, and it's lucky that it paid off. I personally wouldn't have been flying in like that, but it was a nice move and very good spectacle at least.
We are joined now by SYRAX Cable. Cable, how are you doing today?
Yeah, I'm good, Alan Wolf. How about you today?
Yeah, good. It's gonna be a beautiful day here in the UK, and heading now into the finals. I want to also just have a little bit of a chat back to the group stage clips and a little bit of what went down. You talked about, yes, your team, but also some of the rest here, and we're gonna have a little look at what Courage, or formerly Courage, now Triple D Esport, really took to the stage with. And you not really face against Courage here as we jump into this first clip, taking them down what will be XT Xenotactic in on Miramar.
Yeah.
To see Courage sitting at the top of that leaderboard, leading with 140 points. And now we can see exactly why. They are just ruthless, moving in as a back, clearing it out. Tara goes right on down. It is now up to Faceless to hold on for the side here of the Xenotactic Esports team, but will they be able to make a slight dent even? As we can see, Courage, yes, the numbers have fallen down to 2.
Tell me a little bit about just what kind of happened in this clip.
So I would say the way they pushed is just like, yeah, they're a bit confident. I would say that's why they pushed, and it's a good thing to push like together with the team. But on the start, it's just too narrow to push like all together because you're gonna get sprayed. So I think they should have just like nade or mollied him and then pushed. So it would be better for them.
My name has been Alan Wolf, and you've been listening to myself. If you want to check out even more action of the PMNC UK final scene, it will be through on Friday, Saturday, and Sunday this weekend. Of course, check out not only there on PUBG Mobile and the PUBG Mobile Europe YouTube channel, but also all the action and the latest on social media on Instagram at PUBG Mobile Europe official there as well.
Can you hear it coming? Can you feel your heart beating faster and faster? Can you smell a chicken dinner? This is the PUBG Mobile National Championship. The adrenaline of competition, the suspense, the bravery, and the most explosive moments in mobile gaming. Excited? And we haven't even mentioned the prize pool, which is, hold on to your parachutes, £22,000. Now that's a chicken dinner.
What an insane finish right here for the first game of day 2 of the PMNC UK Finals. Hope to have a lot more games just like that, but don't forget that the PMNC UK Finals is brought to you by Xiaomi, and thanks to them, we can enjoy a super fast and lag-free PUBG Mobile experience on Xiaomi's powerful Redmi Note 10 5G. But boys, water finish, right off the bat, gotta love it, even though it was not finish on the water, but what counts is an unofficial water finish right this time around. And Highland, and seeing you smile, so I'm gonna ask you that one. How are you feeling about water finish like that? That was a very original finish.
I love when we see those difficult zones. I mean, I was pretty classed back as quite a mean guy, I mean, caster you can say, but this is my type of PUBG, and we get to see what was an absolutely standout performance as well, I think, from a lot of those teams in rotations, and how we really saw them push to the max with that. I think that, excuse me though, they came out the best on those rotations. Yes, they were the first team to lose players, but actually Max, they made probably the best rotation out of that in a whole of that game, because actually Albert securing themselves what could have been a 0-point game to at least grabbing their what was 10 placement points for the squad. And that type of consistency is what we're really looking for from a team to make sure they don't fall behind in those standings.
Yeah. Consistency is going to be the name of the game, but this big fight in the compound of Severny was a very interesting one. I would even say too many teams committed to it almost, Tarzan.
Yeah, I think it's always really tricky to play cities in this title circle. I think the hardest thing is to know how to really control a segment as well as keeping your vehicles, right? Like, because in this type of ending, you need your vehicles, and it's so hard to constantly assess and get prepared for the next one when there's so much information. So committing to a city is fine as long as you know the city and which edge of the city you want to control, and you need to know exactly why you want to do it based on strength and weaknesses from that spot, this info that you can get from that particular position. So that would be my response to that, and it would take a lot of experience and testing and practice to make good out of those situations.
I thought Highland was going to go for it. There you go. But that's the end game here. I mean, you got a lot to break down there. Go for it.
Oh, I mean, to be fair, that end game as well, rightly so. It was just the fact that TRG Esports, so Max, they were able to take what was the land. I said, of course, whoever controls that land takes that game. And TRG, you know, can I say that I was thinking about going for them again for the first game? I mean,
no takesies backsies. No takesies backsies.
Yeah,
that's not how it works.
Unfortunately, TRG, we didn't quite live up to those expectations.
Same for the community, though. No takesies backsies. SYRAX also, as you know, tactics are going to be onto the lower side, and we're going to be now looking at our top 3. Our boy of Tarzan International actually got himself a top 3 team right. That's an extra point for the desk. We said it's a team's game, so we're going to take that big fat W. But still, NDL only 1 positioning point and 12 kills. They popped off in terms of going aggressive, Tarzan.
You know what? I feel like the way that they played with deserved top 6 is that type of circle itself that provided actually a lot of chances, a lot of mercy, I should say, for those who went and committed for the submarine strat so early on. And that is why NDL's not been doing that. I think based on that landscape, like the way that they've been taking those kill points are actually a better guarantee than trying to find the so-called spot that they can survive till the end game.
Yeah, I think that's an interesting point you're actually bringing up at the end. But we do see, excuse me, we haven't seen this team too heavily at the top of the overall rankings of these games, but they had some relatively interesting rotations early on, Highland Wolf, that resulted in Albert becoming a fish. It was pretty weird. I didn't know that was possible.
I mean, as I said, I think previously, yes, it was the best rotation of the game. I think that those points really important. I think, excuse me, though, are one of those sleeper teams that we're not really seeing towards the end of the game. But actually, they finished yesterday in the 6th position. And now they get another 10 points, so rising up even further on those stats. And excuse me, they're still very much in contention. I think even more so than other teams to take still that PMPL spot away. And don't forget that they still have PMPL talent in Costi. Yes, they had Prada, but Costi definitely going to be a very experienced member in the competitive scene.
Yeah, I mean, the thing too is if you make it to PMPL, it's not about being ready for PMPL now. You still got a few months, I think like a month or a month and a half potentially to train for that and get ready. But Jody, that was a player that we were seeing, especially on the big Eastern fight, Tarzan, and Jody just did so much heavy lifting. And of course, Euphoria being the MVP of yesterday, but Jody, especially this time, really shining through.
It's really kind of like a chess game. Like, his particular style is really lethal to those who are very hesitant. because he just goes quick, he goes bold, and sometimes he get punished for that, as per our experience watching him from the PMPL Arabia under playing under Alpha Legends. But right now, it's working so well for them. It's like the pacing is just so much quicker compared to these other teams. They haven't even gotten the info through yet, and Jody's in there fragging.
I'm going to ask you, though, because this is the first time we're working together, Tarzan, on the same event. Don't use references to chess, just use checkers, because I'm not that smart. I don't understand all the moves, okay? So just checkers, and I can follow with what you're describing. Rolkis, we're finally going to see him. Was a little bit more silent yesterday, Rolkis. Let's not forget one of the big names coming into this. The only player, actually, I believe, that's got PMGC experience in this PMNC, so a lot of potential experience that can help out the rest of NDL. So Rolkis is going to keep on going onto that streak. Reznov, too, another big name that finally able to pull through a little bit more for triple this game around. Highland Wolf.
Oh man, I love that Reznov was able to really step up. Reznov obviously being one of those core fraggers for triple. Yes, I think they struggled again in yesterday's matches to really start off the tournament, but I love it. They found that reset and they found that mental break going in between day 1 to day 2. They've now been able to find what has been their feet on this first Erangel match, and they're able to, of course, take it through with a chicken dinner. I think also to the extent that you mentioned Volkers being through from that PMGC talent, that's something that's really surprising coming through, especially for the group stage, to see such a name. But I think we're still expecting a little bit more from them, because NDL, we still have to keep in mind that yes, they're an aggressive team, but again, I still want to see them really step up in those placement points, because they're going to be going in the future against teams that are also similar to them, and they may be outclassed, and that's where the placement points really take into effect if they cannot get those kill points.
Yeah, pretty important to check out those placement points, but also we're going to be checking out the points of the community to see if they got themselves some on-point team picks. And they did have one. They did go for triple. They got himself a big fat win at the very end. So congratulations to the community. But thankfully, we are saved by none other than Professor Tarzan himself. We're going to call him Savior Tarzan right now, as he allows us to make and break even this time. So only 1 point. I went for the consistent team. They died relatively early, and he went for TRG Directions that didn't quite get himself a good late game opportunity. But still, that's a 1-1. And you know what that means, of course, if you guys get a team right, that means that you're going to get yourself a code. So we're going to have some good old juicy loot for you guys to get in game right now. The code is right down below my screen, and your screen too, potentially, not only mine, just yours. We're sharing over here. So feel free to enter that code in the game to get some good old looking skins for the PMNC edition and to look real fancy in the game itself. Not gonna lie, we need to get some more wins, because now it's 5-2. Okay, thanks to Tarzan with 5-2. We need 3 wins. Community, if there are some trolls in chat, enter the wrong votes. Okay, just mess with people in chat, and hopefully we'll win. We'll see, because now we got to try and enter some new votes. Do you maybe have some ideas, guys, of what you might go for? Don't spoil it just yet, but do you have an idea of where you're going for potentially, Tarzan here?
Oh yeah. If you don't ban me away from certain options, yes, I do. And I think I would just try to preemptively think for a few more, as if I need to predict all 3 of them, right? But yes, I do have some lovely ideas.
I mean, to be fair, Tarzan, if you could just like hint at some of that knowledgeable vibes that you give into me and Max, so we can just be able to also carry you a little bit. It feels like a little bit of a 1v5 game line.
It's too smart.
You know what? If I give it to Max, can he really be so strong that he can curse it? We talk about a caster curse, right? Yesterday he cursed ourselves, so the caster curse upon the casters as well. He's done something very interesting. So Maximilian, I don't know, but we can talk about that. We can have a very nice chat, and maybe we need to slowly catch up through today and tomorrow.
I've been casting for like 2.5 years, 3 years now, and this is the first time someone called me by my full name. I feel like I'm talking with my mum right now. I'm shocked a little bit, but you know what? Fair enough. I'll give it over to the community right now. Once again, it is time to vote for your top 3 potential teams right here. So once again, in the bottom side of your screen, bottom left of your screen, you can vote for the team of your choice. You want to go for Most Wanted? That is going to be #MWX and to go towards them. And talking about Most Wanted, actually, they could have had I would say, relatively strong rotation. I don't know if anyone's going to go vote for them, but Tarzan, it's time for you. What team are you going for this time?
This time, I'm going for triple. Triple Esports, and I'll tell you why. It's not just because they've won a game. They are coming into Miramar where they won a game yesterday, and they are a Pachinki team surrounded by certain teams who like to go around them but doesn't know how to make very proactive fights and skirmishes. So I think they will farm off that. They will capitalize off that, use the momentum from game 1 today, as well as they win from yesterday to win this one as well.
Okay, I think that's a pretty good one you're going towards. But yeah, Highland, how about yourself? I was going to say,
wanted
what if you all go for triple?
I wanted triple.
We all
you know
go
what?
for
I'm
triple.
just going to take IND. I'm going to take IND away from the board because I think that they also took through a very strong first game. And I think that they have seen some promising things through from them in also the Desert Troops.
That's what I was going to say. We could have actually been on brand and all went for triple and be the triple. And
No,
if,
we
and
need
if
to
triple's
win,
in the
Max.
top
We're
3,
losing.
But look, if triple gets in the top 3, that means it's 3 points.
True.
But if you pick them, they may not win, Max. And I think that's a problem right now. And you know what? We're going to have our choice.
Okay. I did not need that, okay? I was already having a great day. You made it just worse, okay? I hope you're happy about yourself.
I'm sorry, I'm gonna fix it. Okay, well, we've got time for this broadcast still for me to, fix it. I apologize, Max. You know what? You can have your pick, and I have faith in you. I know there's something inside you that makes you just so much better than we are in so many things. Too
much.
Go for it.
Too much, man. You go for it. Too far on that one. I actually wanted to go for maybe a team that has been, I would say, getting better and better. And Highland Wolf talked a little bit about their rotation, and Albert became a fish, so I have to go for the support. I'm going to potentially go for Excuse Me. That's the team I'm going to be deciding to support this time around. We'll see as the community have decided to go for TRG Direction, Conqueror, and SYRAX. Pretty big names, not gonna lie. I think these are relatively safe choices to go towards. I'm not too surprised. But yeah, we'll see. I mean, we got ourselves a triple, so if triple wins, they get 0. We get ourselves a point, so I'll be great. But if triple does get himself a top 3, I'm going to be genuinely mad against you, Highland Wolf, because you've ruined what could have been a great shot call on my end. But you know what? It's fair enough. Yeah,
I mean,
we'll just fire you, I guess.
To be fair, Max, I mean, your statistics are not really looking that good when it comes to teams.
Yeah, true. You know what? Fair enough. It's not looking too good on our end. It's not looking too good for me because I'm going to disappear. I'm going to get sent to the Nether Realm, and I'm going to tell you, boys, you're going to have to take it away for our second game here over on Miramar.
Oh, man, and what a game it is going to be. Back onto my lovely desert dunes here, and what a match it is going to ramp up to really appear here to be here, Tarzan, on the second match. Like, love also that this playing path going to be more centralized. I just want to see a little bit more nicety, okay? I mean, yes, I'm a mean guy, and yes, I love to see what is absolutely disgusting zones, but I feel like we need to calm down in the second game. We saw a little bit too scary of a zone in that first game, and I just want to see some more relaxation in Miramar.
Yeah, you know what? This is so interesting because yesterday we've got a bit of a cluster fight around El Paso. 3 teams around there. Then Xenotech got pushed away towards Monte Nuevo. And this time around, no one wants to touch it. But the Fear Esports adaptation comes through. Still would go to Trailer Park and Ruins because of how bad it felt to be eliminated by NDO very early on in yesterday's game too. So this time around, there's quite a lot of adaptation on the very western side of this map, but the central belt will be pretty much the same. I expect triple to go to Picardo. We have Excuse Me in San Martin, and Conqueror to go to Hacienda, and big split across Minas Gerais, La Bendita coming from Most Wanted, and 2 teams loving to go to the top right. There's no surprise there, and once again we will have some central belt control fight, right? That's a repeated theme as well because of just how central and strong that position is.
You know, his zone is almost literally identical in first phase to the game that we had just yesterday, match number 4. I mean, it is literally a few centimeters off just towards, I think, the more eastern side. El Pozo, La Coparia, all towards that northern end. And a game we get to see where that party really is around Crater Fields. We get to see 2 squads already there. We don't get to see them just yet. Sons of Odin are on our screens. And Sons of Odin also, I just want to direct the conversation over to them and the fact that I still love their rotations. I just feel like there's something missing through from Sons of Odin that isn't quite there in the more aggressive side of their squad.
You know what? Like, this is going to be challenging because they are so used to landing somewhere decent, grab some cars, loot the basic amount, just enough, and go for those quick rotations, right? But their drop slot is in Los Leones. So if they want to play that style, it's not going to be easy, especially thinking about coming back to the more center position like they love to, then they may need to approach Picardo, which will be held by Triple Esports in the earlier game. If they go all the way to Plateau, there'll be multiple teams. If they want to go along that main road that connects Chimicera and Los Leones, there might be a few teams going at the same time as well. So the pacing of Phase 1 is what I'm going to be very interested to look at for Sons of Odin in this game.
The pacing of Phase 1, I think you have to again look back to what was the rotations in game number 4. And well, game number 4, it was actually a lot of rotations coming in towards the Picardo, the power grid side once more. I think that we could expect the same similar thing. I mean, for one, my favorite position is around Picardo Hills. We got to see it already. A zone close about there too yesterday in match number 2. But this time around, I just want to see what could be potentially a little more something of rotations from those more Eastern teams. I think that TRG, we got to expect that, well, the community, yes, voted for them, but they also, with a very similar zone, got blown up by the rest of I&D on an anti-rotation through from them.
I think it's just going to be extremely tricky. It's a completely different circle, and especially when it comes to an adaptation that we've seen from some of these teams, particularly drawing away from El Paso, we'll have a very different phases 1 and 2 because there are so many strong spots surrounding El Paso that no one's really around there right now. And TeamOma haven't been the quickest team to rotate. So away from creative fields, we will have the central belt actually open for people and teams to claim for a while. So it's about these scouting as well. So many open grounds that define these power positions, making it harder to come in without getting punished if you haven't thought about it well.
Picardo is one of those areas. I just want to get your view on this here, Tarzan, as well. So you know how I've said that Picardo Hill is my favorite spot. What is actually your favorite spot? I feel like you've told me before, but my memory is slightly like a goldfish. I'm kind of swimming back in the same direction here. What is your favorite place?
My favorite place around that would be Power Grid. At the bottom of the P of power, there is a 360 compound with relative higher ground. If you get to there first, you can really progressively rotate. You don't have to go into the main Power Grid, but it opens you up a very good path with short stops in between if you need to head north. And if you need to slowly come in closer to the Picardo Hill, then you have a lot of spaces and dips for you to scout and strike, right? So I love that position a lot, but you need to really study it and have very good splits and adjust it according to every phase, even if you're in it.
Oh man, do you know what you remind me of here as well is the Power Ranger skin that we kind of saw through PUBG EM just slightly earlier this year. I mean, that song is not going to leave my head now for the rest of this game, I guarantee you.
I don't even know what song that is. Maybe that's just
the theme tune. The theme tune of it. I can't sing it, but you know.
you know what I want to see is exactly what Sons of Odin's done. So we let that question, and the adaptation actually came through. What they did was not even touching Los Leones. They were, happy enough to loot along those split compounds around the main road. They really, really value this phase 1 pacing. But what I find it tricky right now is for them to have a bit of an out of sync, unsynchronized rotation into such an important power position, right, around that Picardo Hill, and to have big splits into there is very punishable. So I hope that they will get those info. Whoever split away will have that discipline to really pass that info around so that they found a piece of ground to control nicely.
Oh, look at that cluster, though. In on towards Monte Nuevo, onto this western side. I love it. We still get to see some fighting on those rotations through. We expected it could be the case. And I actually am surprised once again to see that I&D, they've already managed to rotate their way down. Yes, it didn't go super far up towards that northeastern end, but again, he still made a large amount of footwork in towards that position just on the edge of Picardo Hill. I feel like actually holding on to what could be a very intriguing petition to stop a lot of those teams is, excuse me, Maxman, you mentioned them. potentially already going to be finding their first kill. OMA in a little bit of trouble as the Supreme, the first to fall.
You know what? It's going to be so tricky. The problem of going to these palm position so late is that you just can't get it at all, especially for such a strong spot. Then you have huge elevation, huge open ground 360. If Kosti and the rest of his squad knows when to strike and fight, they will get every single flush of those knocks, right? So that is going to be the very tricky thing here for these teams coming in late. So that will be them moving away, needing to find different time, different way to enter. After all, it's still a huge amount of land that they can play off. Sons of Odin, we talked about them coming in here. I love the adaptation, but these really basic stuff from those comms and splits really have to come through.
Oh, is it surprising? Is Sons of Odin getting caught out of rotation early on, but by Conqueror here as well? I think Conqueror very much needed on these points. I think this is going to be one of those interesting middle teams fight where actually whoever comes out on top could just really kick the other in the face down into the dirt of that leaderboard. And Sons of Odin, that is not the time to lose your vehicle. Put on the L plates because they're going to need some support. Is there Crag running for the hills? Abby trying to deliver that support very much so, but a B-bag is not enough, and neither is the shot. Scoted now going to be the final one. Hitman entering up from the backside, and it just looks disastrous from a series of fatal mistakes from Sons of Odin.
Feel like the adaptation was there, but they need to know how to play this spot. And this is also great finish from Conqueror UK. I mentioned it twice yesterday, guys. This is a Hacienda Dalpatron team. And they've been staying around, they're dangling around, almost idling would be the term, but they've changed it up. They enter this area early, and they use that advantage to start the first squad wave, and that was clean. That is what I love to see from this squad.
And the adaptations granting him 4 clean kills. Sons of Odin, they're going to need to draw something way better going in on to Sanhok, because that was not just good enough. NDL as well, heading up in towards Monte Nuevo. Do you know what surprises me is every time we see NDL, I feel like they just teleport into a completely other part of the map that they just shouldn't be able to get. I mean, how do NDL rotate from the edge just below the V of Monte Nuevo down below the teams entering into that location?
I think they just want to hold a part of ground with some relative high ground, right? To scout further, you know, catch some teams on rotation because they have sightlines onto the next spot within the circle that they want to play. And they will edge if they need to. And that's how they got those games with maybe sometimes, you know, 1 placement point, but 8 and 9 kill points. And they're not afraid to play that style, even though they may lose 1 or 2 players. They're confident in the individual abilities, and they have done the math, you know, maybe just better than our quick maths. Like, even if we do it slow, we can't outbeat them. Like, that is the experience coming through from the squad. They have some flexibility in the style, and it's been working out pretty well as they try to take down our choice for the winner of this game.
Yeah, Wizard NDL. That is exactly what they are. And just in the words of Hagrid, oh my days, are they now going to find those kills straight on into triple? I mean, Tarzan, you were right in game number 1. In game number 2, it doesn't look quite the same. I mean, now also a third squad. A rogue Xena Tactics vacuum just burn in under the shed that they stand. They're just rolling over everyone they see.
And I think that's the start, right? Like, when there's a tendency of people rushing and say, we have to leave this now, they slowly control every bit of ground on the outskirts and then just needing to focus towards the center zone. That is the strength of the edge style. Of course, you need that transition into some power position in later phases, but they just know how to pace this so well, and the discipline is not there. The Junior will very likely be giving another kill over to this NDL squad, and that will be the case. We're down to 14 squads, and NDL's been sweeping the southern edge.
This is what they do, this is NDL style. And I have no idea how time and time again they're able to make it work. No matter who they face, Tarzan, it just feels like they find the kills early on that sets them up for these victories.
I don't know what to say. I think the confidence is actually very consistent. And yes, they have maybe one really bad game yesterday, but that's on Sanhok. You can afford to screw up Sanhok. I don't want to say that, but based on how they play the other maps, they're definitely doing so well. Currently, just right up there. And
There we go.
you know what? That's actually my least favorite thing to happen on Miramar. You go over such something that appears flat, and you just got stuck. And you think about all the physics that you wish you've learned, and you know that wouldn't even save you in this game.
If that isn't teamwork in PUBG Mobile, I do not know what is, Tarzan. I mean, example team, their consistency as a squad, that is proven in just one scene right there.
You know what? It's a very tricky shift, though. I really want to focus on this. We've got a lot of these power position and the extension, namely the South, the San Martin Plateau, still in play. But this side is going to be so interesting. A lot of teams come in here thinking they can come in, hold, stay, and strike, but they now need to move. So what's the plan here? Have they got the cars protected? Have they kept a good split to get the info? And that would be Dragon moving. Fish may be able to strike for TeamOma.
That nade, that was so close. But Oma, the fact that he gave that position away, Dragon was like, oh, it's time to move. And someone straight behind us, and they did just that. They waddled their way out of there quickly and efficiently. Oma's still going to find a one. I do believe that was onto Excuse Me. Yes, it was. JZ will strike the first kill for them. And I think that this rotation, very intriguing to the fact that it has gone up towards half the end of the pass on. I feel that now if the decision comes, is do you enter half the end of the pass on? Do you focus more on those 5 stacks and try to focus on those 4 walls of cover? Or do you still hang about the edge of that zone and try to play for that high ground?
It's just really tricky. I think you just need to play by what's in front of you. There's no predictions that can be made. All you can do is to enter at the right time to get the maximum amount of info, quick comms, and then just stick to it, right? And unfortunately, it's triples down to 2 players, and they've got so much distance to travel as well. And the ground within the circle on that northwestern edge is not easy to play at all. So I don't think it's going to go well for them. Boys, I hope we are wrong when it comes to this, because that we want some points, but it's just so hard to come into that edge and survive. But you know what? Do it by all means.
Oh man, I mean, the fact here, NDL already, we skip back to him, they found another 2 kills, so just continuing what feels like an absolute spree once more in the second game. I like, though, the Excuse Me, a slightly broken Excuse Me, keep in mind, they have lost one of their players, didn't make that rotation through to the 5 stacks. I think it's very hard to hold, always being in that disadvantage in as that hillside does get taken out. NDL, focus, does find one. Can he find a second? No, they cannot. But here comes the support, and Triple Naz may just found himself in an undesirable situation, finds 2, but as Zone with the help of Jody cleans it all on through. And Jody now able to help through their team. But phase 4 is in effect. So actually here with Dragon behind, Dragon could come up huge when it comes to that upset.
I feel like he really needs to know his limits, though, especially when he can slowly trail them in and still get a chance to live. Like, against this really strong squad, he really needs to know how to strike it. And he's got a pretty low amount of meds as well. He really needs to ration it, and I don't think it's going to be easy. Striking might be the best plan, and taking that car would be the best, actually.
Oh, it goes all the way away from happy end of the pass. No, into the ridge lines, and he gets it. That was beautiful from Dragon, and he stopped the killing spree, as we mentioned. Dragon gonna pick up the vehicle. Maybe not, just we'll take the loot for now and then pick up the vehicle and rotate through the rest of their team. Solos out for 3 players there for NDL, and the rest going to meet up towards the northern side. Keep in mind, the other 2 members of Fear, they were already establishing that point inside the next shift. So for them, they've got a really good opportunity here to solidify their overall, not only position, but grab themselves a few of those kills with late rotation teams entering in onto that position too.
I think it's just extremely tricky. Like this circle, I can't imagine being one of these players, but you know what? It's important to react, and then with your reflex, Conqueror UK will be able to salvage that situation. They found themselves a pocket, and Team Savage actually found one of the best spots.
Team Savage do potentially here get themselves called out here, as it will be TSC Ultimate in on the backside, still also their Conqueror inside the middle. An interesting position though from TSC. 3-1 split, they're covering that backside, but they're still going in for the push. But as that solo player, Broughty up front.
And it's just so many dips that they need to play. Like, you need to know the map, you need to know how to claim it right now. It's so many neutral fights, and I think it's to scout wherever you can to predict the next shift, and upon that shift, go for it immediately. This would be the focus if I were any of these teams, but of course, clearing what's around you and behind you will be so key. Conqueror and TSC both got some great momentum. This will be a bit of a battle of the center zone.
On the bottom side of your screen, Zoe as well, most wanted, taken through TRG. Evil completely exploded out into oblivion by their Hardman. Hardman will take them through and confirm the extra kill. Conqueror still on the edge of the ridgeline though, and TSC still struggling to really realize how they'll get over that ridgeline. Grenades just not quite hitting.
You know, I also want to bring our attention over to SYRAX Esports. They're actually a very decent team, but haven't found the momentum at all. But to have that sort of third party to get those skills upon NDL, it could be huge. I know some of these players, when they are hyped at the right level, they can do amazing things. They've got a good split. They've got, have it well thought out, dips to play off. I think this could be huge game for them. I don't want to jinx them because this zone, after all, this shift in this game, man, so brutal sometimes. So we are going to pray for them. They need to pray for themselves, but most importantly, get the prep work going.
Hard shift, hard shift, hard shift. Where's it gonna go? Tarzan will beg for it last time. It happens once more, but in onto everyone here on the hillside to the edge of Happy and a pat on. And now TSC Ultimate, they're still in the control of this zone, but against OMA's will. Here is a will be Jay-Z and also Whiplash trying to strike over those knocks, but they still again can't find it in the story of missed explosives is going to be the case. Example, Nachar as well going to fall down the kill feed to Team Savage.
I feel like just 1 out of the 3 teams on the northeastern side will survive. So StrangersBD, SYRAX, and Most Wanted would go for the same dip. Otherwise, that plateau is extremely punishing. Team Savage, though, has the best spot, but they may be breached from multiple sides. So this type of position needs a lot of reset up to hold it down. But this one here, with the new challenger coming in, TSC needs to hold out the side of TeamOma.
But TSC, they still got Conqueror behind them. They didn't execute down the initial fights. They're in the midst of 2 different fights. And you can see it, Conqueror, they're still looking to push up potentially over that ridgeline. But they too, in their own world of pain, against Team Savage, as you mentioned, such a strong position. Unfortunately, they're also from fear. They just can't hold what is still a strong Most Wanted, entering their way slowly into zone as Aura, also down 1, does strike back onto 1, but it now be a second as Jay-Z steps up when it counts, smacks through the lighter grey color, and it's a monochrome screen through from TSC as all they're seeing is grey. Back inside the lobby, Fear now also closing in, but they too, a squad of strangers behind.
You know what? And that is the opening knot that Most Wanted need to come on in, and that will still be a cluster fight that's going to be changing anytime because the player is still trying to edge in, but Lau trying to relieve the pressure. Shotzzy still needs to be picked up, but the smoke is there. It's going to be a bit of a reset. The blue zone slowly coming in will force a maneuver coming in from these teams.
It is still Fear. They are holding on. Still Most Wanted. They aren't in the zone. That zone continues to push in. IND now going to fall in 10th position. It couldn't handle the heat here in the desert. Most Wanted. They're finding the rotations across. So they find the beautiful grenade onto Stranger's Golden Boy at the backside. They're opening up the position. 12 up the top. But they're waiting, and they have to hold in. The patience through from 12, but a movement executing down through the support of Bilal. Bilal on the backside gets taken straight on back by Hardman, no, but he's the only one left.
Good play by Most Wanted. The skirmish play, I mean, 12 did so much work. Only if he waited just that little bit longer. But that was the trade coming through quick and nice. And they will now be tested once again and actually go towards Conqueror UK and Team Savage. Will this be the play that they need? But Albert won't be so great at surviving this time. Excuse me, down to Prada as a solo.
You bet your hat, he is proud SYRAX to take down what was the sneakiest member of Excuse Me. I feel like Prada, yes, they're putting the smokes down, but again, the problem is, right, that by putting the smokes down, you're making it even harder for your rotation to actually see where Scythe is. And I feel that those smokes would have been better just to rotate back as a whole against that ridgeline, especially considering the Strangers also up above now. The Strangers, they struggling to get involved. Now knocked again by Team Savage. Finally confirmed through, and it's down to only 2 for them.
Oh god, they probably need to get in zone, decide to open fire, living with a slip of hell. That is Team Savage needing to hold that one down. And actually 2 of them not. This is going to be crazy. Most Wanted sending it as well. It's going to be a cluster fight.
It is a cluster fight. Most Wanted, they do successfully find Hardman in. They evade the shots of Conqueror for now, but ads completely taken by Strangers.
You know what? A bit of fall damage as well. Unlucky right there, but this is just crazy. So all those early game ability to keep everyone alive was extremely important. And Strangers actually made it in there, and they are proving us wrong. Where have you been all this time for the past, 6 games? This is about time for them to wake up. This is a good game so far. They got a good number of players. They control one segment. They can come in and maybe cause some severe change to this leaderboard.
Still, though, look who's in control. Team Savage, the zone once more. Tarzan, it goes in towards the buildings, and it's all here for them to control. Yes, it went down far south. I think now the real owners here, and the next teams we see going out are SYRAX and Strangers. SYRAX should be next. I mean, Scythe, they're making the run in the open. There's one in behind, but can he find Strangers? Can they execute him down? Takes down G9. One confirmed through. That's an extra point for Scythe. Still the phase 6 in from behind, but they enter up. They hold up for now. Can they take the second shot? There is still one member of Strangers remaining, as it will be Vasir. A smoke over the top. Grenade to answer back, but it's done. Not enough against Conqueror. From the edge of the hillside, they take away one. SYRAX down next, and Strangers weakened to a solo.
You know what? Conqueror. Man, they've changed things up, and I love to say I've been so harsh on them when the way that they maneuvered around Hacienda del Patron, but I will give them that 100%. The second that they've done the quick rotation on that plateau and won that first fight, something's different in a very good way for this squad. But Niko cannot get knocked. That is the sneaky one. It actually is not working out for them so far. The circle will shift away from them. They've got close entry. They've got people chasing them from the back.
Is all off of that ridgeline play. A molly goes wide, so Tassia's still alive for now, but look at all of the players in Team Savage. They're still up as a full blooming squad here, Tarzan. They've not lost a single player, and they're just continuing to wait, as it will be TSC Ultimate saving their position for now, entering into the top 4. But Team Savage, there's no one really, you've got to think here, Tarzan, that can stop them.
You know what? Team Savage need to just commit, delegate, and stop bloody moving. When this type of CQC happened, those footsteps would give away so much, and then you get naded, then you lose a pressure towards a very important site. When it's given to you, take it. We've got those game 2 yesterday where they got central compound, didn't use it to the maximum. This time around, they have to redeem themselves.
Still, they may be making the movements, but it may be only a victory dance inside the building. There is only going to be the solos, the duo here from Conqueror remaining. TSC, that zone closing in once more, is on its entrance through to phase number 8. A long one here, but TSC, they're still holding on. Finally, they made a push up. Rupo will try to strike. Conqueror won't be the ones to take them. Finally at the door, they take them. Rupo goes down. Not even one shot. They're trying to confirm the kill, but they do stop the flush on through. And Power Boy, they go for the revive, but a 7-phase zone right on the edge. And Rupo, they're trying their best, but it engulfs Rupo for now, and I think it might just be too late.
Might just be able to, and that is the small bit of position, man. That reset better do them good. That was too close for comfort.
Still, Team Savage, they get a revive off and back as a full squad. They need to use that to their advantage. Still 3 rogue players around them. Still, the one of Strangers holding in for now, pulling Albert things here. Tassia in the second match, taking a page out of Excuse Me's book. Is Conqueror. The opposite 2, still on the ridgeline, still playing for the low ground.
You know what? I would name this tractor every time. And that was a pan throw but that was a little bit hilarious. Like just in the middle, using the son of Miramar to get some heat in, maybe to get a fried egg. But you know what? Duo, no problem. Conqueror is trying to make a move. We'll build that smoke. We'll actually got into the hard cover. This is not a great sign.
Team Savage, they're just not holding up. Into what? Conqueror now entering also into the compound. They do strike death down. As the smokes dissipate, they confirm the kill through. It's 2 solos versus the world of Team Savage. And I don't think here Hitman can do it. One more bullet in the face will do it. But Hidden has to reload. They have to reset. And he just cannot find them through the interior. As it will be Hitman holding in for now, and Molly stopping the entrance in onto zone. Still goes prone, still looking for that second place potentially here. They don't know that it will be there for the taking if they just survive, but they cannot. A grenade straight onto Rupo's face, but it's just not there enough. And now here comes the check, as it will be the back of the truck, confirming through Team Savage's win. And Team Savage, we mentioned that they were one of these teams to look at, and I feel that they just really stepped up here in this game, Tarzan.
You know what? Zone's given to them, and they played it fine. They played it well. I think I wouldn't expect less from a team that's holding basically a god compound for the circle. But towards this end zone there's still something that was shaky. I feel like they know from the numbers advantage, right? They could play patient like they did, which was fine, but certain things just need to be a bit quicker, but nonetheless so important for this squad to just make things a lot more interesting for this lobby.
So interesting of a first 2 games, but we will be here through Sanhok and also Maxman back on the desk just after this break.
My name is Sami and my in-game name is SYRAX Hype.
My real name is Yasha. My nickname is Cable and I play for SYRAX Esports.
My name is Mohammed Sawan.
Hi, my name is Zuhaib and my nickname is Londa.
We play different scrims like PMC scrims and PMPL scrims. We try to play the best scrims which have like the best teams in the region, so we can practice for the upcoming tournaments.
I know Cable from my team from last PMC, so he invited me in his team, so then I joined SYRAX.
So I will start with Hype. So Hype is filter for the team and he rage a lot. When he dies or someone dies, he just rage. For I don't know why, but he likes to rage. That's how he is. Then there is our teammate Seth. So he's a really good fragger and I like him a lot because the way he plays is good. But the thing is, he is not very good at communicating, but yeah, he gets us really good amount of kills and stuff. And Londa as well. Londa is fragger as well in our team. But Londa is same as Seth. He doesn't communicate while he's fighting or anything, so we don't get information out of him.
The best quality in our team is like we don't really go too much aggressive or like really passive, yeah. So we try to balance everything, kills and placement points, and we have a really stable lineup. So I hope that we achieve more and more in future.
It feels great. We got first place in group stages.
In our group, I think NTL is really competitive and they're really good, they're really experienced, and they have played higher level than us, and they have all the necessary qualities and experience that can lead them to the first spot for the PMPL spot, and they can be PMNC winner, but we will try our best.
I think Courage, they can surprise us because their lead in their group is a lot, so I think so.
The best moment in tournament was when we got our first chicken. So we were playing like casually, not like really try hard and stuff. So we got our first chicken and with a good amount of kills. That was really good. And also when one of our teammates got like 8 kills and he survived really well, which is SYRAX.
I just want to say good luck for the finals, and we'll see who gets to win.
Can you hear it coming? Can you feel your heart beating faster and faster? Can you smell a chicken dinner? This is the PUBG Mobile National Championship. The adrenaline of competition, the suspense, the bravery, and the most explosive moments in mobile gaming. Excited? And we haven't even mentioned the prize pool, which is, hold on to your parachutes. £22,000! Now that's a chicken dinner.
Game 2 of Day 2 here for the UK finals of the PMNC is now done and dusted. And what a great game it was indeed on the first game of Miramar. We've got another one happening later on, so you better be ready for that one. But because all of these games, don't forget, are brought to you by Xiaomi. And thanks to them, you can enjoy a super fast and lag-free PUBG Mobile experience thanks to Xiaomi's powerful Redmi Note 10 5G. But Tarzan, we had to finish that. We got a lot to say. I'm not gonna lie, a lot to say about how Team Savage actually ended up that game. It's still a win. I can't complain, but there's definitely, in my mind, and potentially yours too, the idea that it could have been so much more.
You know what, like, I would just throw out some terminology here, or just a brief idea that can apply to other parts of the map as well, is, you know, increasing control of a pocket position. When they've got that hard cover, they need to expand it, take certain edges. If it's like 2-3 meters out of the zone, no problem. No one should be able to come that close to that plateau. So something is not right now with, you know, the setting up. The covering of each other's angles, they need to control everything. So you can hear our reactions during the stream as well, like in the cast, like how did they get this close? So I know it's been great, like it's important for them to get so many points, but it can be executed so much better.
Oh, and I think, to be fair, that Team Savage, they definitely did allow what could have been a big kill game for them. Actually, what was a slightly lower game. Yes, it was still a handful, but it wasn't to the extent where if you're given a compound to the likes of which stays in the zone from phase 4 all the way to phase 8, that actually they can't take those kills in around an open finish where teams have to aggress uphill on top of you. Very surprising that Team Savage weren't pulling that trigger just to be able to get those extra points on board, especially considering that they need those to climb up towards the top. I think also the other really thing that surprised me here was Most Wanted and also they're both here on the outskirts. We saw that push in, and they're actually Most Wanted in comparison to that first game, right, where they were actually this time around able to take it a clear-cut rotation around that edge and were able to flush it out. Not totally clean. They did get sent down to a solo player, but they were able to survive at least what was a little bit more than fear.
I think like their confidence into sweeping in is so important for this squad because Most Wanted haven't been that team like Sons of Odin who says, hey, you know what? We want to take center a little bit earlier. They keep playing that edge style, but edging in on the sensible side that give them info and then transition into crashing more middle and center position. But we're going to look at that leaderboard. Man, Center Tactic and Sons of Odin are not having it this time around. But you know what? This time, I also jinx the side of Triple Esports. It's been a little bit heartbreaking to see them approach an area that they know so well, but decide to rotate the other way around.
Maybe it was a good idea to follow Highland Wolf's instinct in that one, to not go for triple. That would have been a 0-0. I mean, it's still a 0-0 if I'm not mistaken, so we're a little unfortunate on our end. But still, that's going to be Team Savage actually securing their very first win. And Strangers, they were unseen before this game. It feels good to see some actually points come in their way. That's great to try and crawl their way a little bit closer to top 8. Even though I would have to say it was still a little bit all over the place. They had to try and survive in a what is it, a truck for a big portion of that late game. So Stranger, given the opportunity, can very clearly seize the opportunity, but we need to see more and way more consistency from them, Highland Wolf.
Oh, I think that for Strangers, yes, it is a nice bout of points for them, and it's definitely going to raise their spirits on a mental point of view, but their skill is still questionable. I think that this game overall was pretty questionable from those top teams. I think really the only squad that pulled out something quite beautiful was actually Conqueror in a way that they controlled those ridge lines. I think credit to them that yes, they struggled to come into existence for the first 4 matches yesterday, but actually since that 5th match, since now today, they've been very much a lively team.
Yeah, I think they needed a big wake-up call at the end of yesterday, which they did have finally on their 5th game on Erangel, where they did end up securing themselves a big fat win. And now it seems like they got that consistency on board. They're heated up. They're ready for the action. You still got today and tomorrow to play. So I feel pretty confident when I say that we could be seeing them be in the top 3 at the very end if they keep going on the streak like this. And now we're going to have a head-to-head of Team Savage with 1,210 damage compared to the 1,068 damage of Strangers. And in terms of kills, it's pretty similar also. But overall, 21 points to Team Savage. They were onto the top side of the second page. So they might be onto the top 8 this time around. We'll have to check it out, as now our top players per kill, and it's going to be Jody. That's, if I'm not mistaken, that's back-to-back where he's top 5 player here, Tarzan.
I don't think that's surprising at all. Like, he will just keep this level of confidence. And you know what? But that's the way that he plays. Like, he will play very loud. He will just strike, almost shooting everything that he sees. But, you know, the team can play around that. There's no problem. But you know what? Hartman also coming in pretty clutch. He's got these moments on Miramar like yesterday where he just cleared the edge, 1v2, certain moments that the squad really needed him. He delivered. The trading is there. The refract is there. So I think it could be going in the right direction from Most Wanted as well. And we've been waiting for that all tournament.
Yeah, you saw G9 for a second there. I just want to say he's got a very cool looking shirt. I got the exact same, so I just wanted to say that. We're shirt homies, okay? But now our top damage players here. UV, not really surprised, really, Highland Wolf, when you think about it. He was basically the Eye of Sauron for his team in the center, was on the rooftop, so we expected a big number coming his way.
I definitely think the UV was clutch, standing firm against what also was TSC Ultimate coming in. But again, it all relates to the fact that these squads, these players entering into Team Savage just reiterate that they should have never even been there in the first place, right? The fact that they were even allowed to get inside the buildings, every single team were able to get inside of that compound. And that is a big mistake for Team Savage. It all comes down to that control. They were moving as well, that Tarzan mentioned, I think rightly so, and importantly, that even better teams would have taken advantage of that, kept those grenades, and it would have blown into smithereens that entire Team Savage squad.
Look, I know sharing is caring, but it's a chicken dinner. It's not called a Kinder Bueno, okay? You can't share it that easily, so you got to try and make sure you hold it on for yourself. But also talking about sharing, I would love it if the community would start sharing points with us, because we've taken L after L after L. I would like a half and half, but it seems like the community is having none of it, as they get himself another point thanks to Conqueror actually securing himself 8 top 3 this time around. I mean, yeah, man, we got to start getting on point, guys. We're starting to fall behind to the point where a comeback is seeming very far away. So we better be on point for our next vote. We're going to take a little time here. We're going to have some more highlights before we break down our votes for this time around. But we need to make sure, guys, we need to have the 100% win ratio ready for our third game of the day on Sanhok. And his Sanhok is not really easy to guess. So I don't know really. We're going to have some more things to look towards. But of course, knowing that you did win yourself another community vote section, that means we have another cool code down below to win some cool in-game loot. So feel free to secure that code, use it in-game, and you'll get some parachutes. I think you guys also have a t-shirt or something. You have some cool stuff, but the parachute is definitely the cream of the crop at the very end that you want to secure for yourself. But now, prediction time on to Sanhok. What are we potentially expecting from some of these teams? We're going to have the standings also in the background, but Sanhok, what can we really expect, Tarzan, coming into this?
I honestly don't know at all, because there were certain contested drop that will just change completely. For example, yesterday, Sami, we've got, Xenotactic landing onto Fear. So I think Xenotactic may go elsewhere, and then that may be in some points going into some other team's pocket. Unfortunately, I don't want to say that that sounds mean, but as per this current momentum is not really there. So I need to see some adaptations coming through, and Conqueror UK will be very interesting to watch because they've changed this late rotation on phase 1. Yesterday they were so late on the northwestern island that they actually died to like 1 or 2 members around that Heartin Bridge, right? So it's going to be quite hard to predict. I will go back to my usual way, like talking about mentality, momentum from previous games and stats from yesterday.
Okay. Hey, I mean, you just mentioned Conqueror UK. Literally in my notes for the pre-show, I had objective for them, get into the top 5 or top 3 by the end of the day, and they should be looking really comfortable. But yeah, you said Highland, you knew. Okay, once again, though, community vote, you guys know the drill by now. Put the hashtag of your team you can see in the bottom left side of your screen in the YouTube or Twitch chat. Both chats do indeed work, and you'll have a chance to support your team and to potentially get some more codes to get some in-game loot later on down the line. But Highland, you said you knew, so I'm expecting a 10 out of 10 vote here. I'm expecting you to choose the team that's actually going to get the win.
Oh no, I've not been very well so far, but I think I'm going to go here for SYRAX once again, purely because the way that they drop in towards the northern side, they can take out TRG potentially. They move down on towards that cliffside compound. Even if the zone is towards the south, you just rotate around the edge of boot camp, which, by the way, no one took in that previous game yesterday. So very easy rotations for them. Should be able to take at least that top 3.
Yeah, we'll see how that's going to be working out. But potentially, I'm going to go with TRG Direction this time around. I think that seemed like a team that I was really happy with their performance yesterday. Had a strong rotation around Tapmox, so that's what I'm going to go towards. Tarzan, how about yourself?
I would choose TSC Ultimate based on 2 reasons. One, they won the game yesterday and they did it pretty well. So they would know that we're back to Sanhok, we won it yesterday. That itself is a great confidence boost. Secondly, they've been playing well the past 2 games, which is unlikely for them. We've got Albi really making some crazy plays in that first game after a very good attempt around Saverni. And then game 2, they come in very strong as well. Tam Tam making it to the top of the chart. So those 2 things put together with the fact they won a game yesterday would set them up pretty decently. Come to the minimap as well at this last bit for all of you. For the teams that drop kind of around them on the southern side, excuse me not doing extremely well, but they drop Quarry while TSC like going to Lakawi, and we keep looking at the other southern positions. We've got Sons of Odin around, Camp Charlie and Cave area. So those teams, if they can't find their grip, they may become food for the start of TSC Ultimate.
Every time I hear the team name, excuse me, I'm just like, what are you apologizing for? Did you do something? I don't know. I'm still not used to it, man. I'll get there eventually, but still not there. And I'll have to get ready by tomorrow to get there eventually. But there we go. We got our 3 votes in and ready to go. So we'll see if that's going to be working out for us. Of course, we're waiting just a little bit longer to see which 3 teams have been voted by the community on both YouTube and Twitch. I'm expecting some potentially big names to still come on through once again, even though they did go for Xenotactics earlier, so you never know. They could pick an absolutely random team out of the hat and see if that's going to be the wild card coming into this 3rd game of the day. That's going to be on Sanhok. We'll see. He's going backwards, which will be the 3 teams picked by the community. TRG, so they're going for the same as me on that end, with 29% of the votes. Second place is going to be, again, Xenotactics with 29% of the votes. And SYRAX, that I believe here, Highland Wolf has been picked so much, which we're not really surprised. SYRAX has been getting some good results yesterday, but I feel like they've been a little bit absent today almost.
I think that is the case. I have confidence, so as I said, they have probably one of the easiest rotations as long as no one takes boot camp. But again, when you think about comparisons towards the first day and the next day, boot camp being completely open, for sure someone's got to pick up the fact that that was the case and take that compound this time around.
Okay. The only thing I'm really hoping going into this game is that we do not see teams being allowed to enter the circle late game when they shouldn't be. And especially I'm thinking about that one, Tarzan, right? When TRG just entered the circle in a position that should have been contested from the very start, but no one was really paying attention. So I don't really have a specific team that I have in mind that should have done better, but just in general, if you have a strong spot, take it. And if you have a strong position to fight from in Sanhok, especially in the late game, it is so hard to really deal with.
Exactly. I mean, one way to say it, it's a little bit of a half-hearted spoiler play when you need them to be committed, right? Especially on Sanhok. People can appear anywhere. If you want to keep one or two out there, make them work. You know, that window is there for you if you just wait. It's just another booster. It's not one first aid. Strike it, and we want to see it, control it, and then win the game.
Okay, but that's going to be it. We'll see if our predictions are going to be right as we enter game number 3 here for our second day of the PMNC UK Finals. Boys, it's Sanhok. Take it away.
Oh, Sanhok is my favorite time of the night, Tarzan. It is only one game, but what a beautiful jungle it is. In the words here of the WWE, it is about to be a rumble in the jungle, Tarzan.
And I love that as well. Playing path, to be fair, as long as it's not too rough, then they should be able to get to wherever. Because I'm going to let you say that because you've learned it from me. The reason being the size of this map is
4K by 4K.
There we go.
I got a maths.
Very nice.
I got a maths right. I'm not good sometimes at maths, but I can count to 4. I'm good enough.
And you know what? It's great. Like, something that we love seeing coming through is, first of all, maybe Xenotactic making it a bit of an adaptation. And same for the side of NDL. Both these teams, Xenotactic and NDL, both dropped close to Sami, and both of them want to take bootcamp. It's not just them, Strangers is in there as well. This is going to be so crazy.
Oh, they all went for it, but Xenotactic getting already knocked by NDL. Also the fact that TRG now up against what will be here the squad of... I gotta feel... Yeah, oh my days. NDL now taking one on to Xenotactic. TRG, they are surviving for now. They take one as well on the backside too. Here, unfortunately, the enemies, but in the main portion of your screen, Xenotactics maybe stepping up. Maybe Saraji can find their knocks. No, they cannot. Xenotactics, as quick as they came, they just go and leave. As it will be only 6 points once more for them. Down in the bottom of that leaderboard, that has got to hurt. Keep in mind that TRG as well picking up 1 kill for themselves as well.
And you know what? SYRAX not having an easy start either. Like, Safe just naded himself, I think. But we will have a bit of a different zone. And you know what? So many neutral fights early on. I feel like it's about people trying to adapt, and then the two modes of adaptation of two teams clashing with each other, and they're just catching each other off guard. And that is SYRAX actually not having the best start right here.
Man, is it now my turn? Is it now my day for the caster curse? Yeah, I mean, every single team I seem to pick up, they don't even make that top 8. Unfortunately for SYRAX, this might be the case. Please, SYRAX, show some redemption. I mean, I'm not supposed to pick favorites, but when it comes to picking up the points versus the community, when you give me a competition, I'm going to get competitive. And I hope the SYRAX can do it, but at least it will be TRG, one taking down the other. Maybe Max's favorite might be showing some luck, as he is the one to pick right this time around. Hype running for the hills is an absolute disaster here on the northern side. We, said that it could rotate down, but even towards the cliff side, look at that beautiful rotation coming through from Naz, taking advantage of that already.
I think we have a similar phase 1 circle last time around, and what is done to some of these teams would be a lot of chaos around that Heartin Bridge. I want to see a bit of a change coming from Conqueror UK. I mean, we've seen them, their adaptation, right, in the earlier games, and want to see it carry over to here. And just many ways to cross this bit of a river right here. They can stay around it. They can go through the southern side through Trifecta. And so I want to see that change coming through for sure. And NDL actually very decisive to make that change. I think it's also the confidence of the squad's raw ability and experience. So they will control that. And I'm also excited and interested to see how they use that position coming from those early momentum.
It's very intriguing, actually, again, the rotation through for Most Wanted. I love it always, every time they go for more of that eastern portion, around the likes of Barn, around actually Camp Bravo, and then making that base rotation in on the coastal line in anticipation they can still come down in towards the main portion of that main island, central part of that main island if required. But as long as that zone keeps going north like it did yesterday, they can actually keep making those rotations in towards Mong Nai and have a very comfortable position playing that edge and coming into the rest of that phase 2, 3, so on.
You know what? I've got an idea for the site of Most Wanted and TSC Ultimate, right? We talk about this map, and one strat that we talk about we haven't seen much would be that heal strat. Like, that being so close to that eastern side, Most Wanted basically can loot up everything from Mong Nai into the majority of Ban, and definitely everything surrounding Camp Bravo. That's a lot of loot, right? So they can transition into that heal strat when they need and just slowly maneuver through the later game. But you know what? Strangers is in here, and none other than IND. Maybe they've got those early, you know, a little bit of confidence from that early game, but they've already lost one, and Tap C is going incredibly low.
Strangers, we saw them step up 17 points in that first game. I mean, for Strangers, this feels like a completely different squad. Yes, it wasn't clean, but yes, they also did get that second position. They took 5 kills with it, and I mean, now also taking the kills on the threat to IND. IND, for all extent and purposes, had what was also a miserable game on Miramar. They did not get very far whatsoever.
Yeah, I mean, today's not been so good for them yet. And I think, but the way that they've played is good. You know, the zone may not be in their favor, but there's a lot of confidence. They fight for it anyway without the numbers advantage. And this time around, I hope they do have a better rotation, because last time it was TRG trying to spoil it for triple on this northern side of the main island. And this time around, we'll gather the full squad. You know, when we go back to what we usually say, format in one car is just not so great, and it being so loud on this small map can be extremely lethal. But you know what? I believe them in their predictions, in their responses and reflexes.
Do you ever just feel like if you're in a 4-man in a car, you could just have a sign above their squad names that just say, like, "Kill me, please"?
I kind of feel like that is, you know, a little bit of how I feel. Like, when every time I see it, like, man, you're risking it. But you know what? I feel like they've done some studying, maybe, or just taking a bet. Maybe Triple is still chilling. You never know. Like, some people just tell me, "Oh, it's group stage, it's not final yet. I won't show our final form." And then into finals, like, it's not day 3 yet. We will be fine, right? But going back to a little bit of our point earlier, I talk about how that eastern portion can be completely looted up by 2 teams to give them some security in points, which is very important. TSC loot up everything from Lakawi, Kampong, and Docks. I think that's a great amount of loot for them to come in. If they've got those vehicles as well, it can be a very good transition to maneuver through those grounds if they know the map really, really well. And I mean, it's also possible because they didn't have to worry about people coming in. Like, it's so rare that people want to push out of the center position to challenge Lakawi. That's just weird, right? But with the circle, you never know where it goes. It's right now still very, very open for these teams. And the Conqueror, once again, a little bit slow on that. But as long as they've done the scouting, I'm completely okay with that.
I think that Conqueror probably being a little bit slow because they might have worries of what absolutely happened to them. The destruction that happened to them in that first game where he tried to cross that northwestern bridge and they just got hammered by multiple teams all around. I mean, Oma from around Hartin, Triple, you had SYRAX firing onto him. Conqueror had a bad time.
And you know what? Like, I'm completely fine with slow rotations, actually. There's one way that I would say it, though, and it applies to many phases of the game, which is to come in when it's least predictable. Like, when you're tanking 2 zones and you've got so many bandages that you're not going to use for the late game anyway, it won't be quick enough to heal you up, then you can just enter when people's just like left that gatekeeping position. If you do that several phases and you've got cars to come into maybe phase 4, you may be completely fine. You're just 20-30 bandages down. So backpack efficient anyway, so that is not a problem. We've seen these tendencies in many tournaments, even at PMGC before, when it's so chaotic over at Vikendi. F in the chat for Vikendi, by the way, but you know what, like heal strat and that transition. Oh, but you know what, like it's probably coming back.
Sad.
That's what I've heard.
I'm so sad. I'm so sad, Tarzan. I mean, it's got to come back by winter. I mean, can we just have like one of those winter in what could be, you know, now maybe September, you know, maybe winter in October? Just have a little bit early, please.
It could be. You know what? Like, I personally need to see a good rework for me to like it. I don't know. I'm just too much of a geek. You know, I like to analyze them out when you've got so many split compounds, so many hard covers that can like really perfectly protect and cover your vehicle. It makes it so hard to rotate in. I think that is why we've seen that style where so many pro players at PMGC, last PMGC, to tank up to 4 to 5 phases. That's just insane. The loot is there, the risk is there. So many ways to set up around the middle zone. So you never know. But right here, this time Triple, I mean, they've only played one Sanhok game. It absolutely sucked for them. And this time around, they're about to change this, keeping the sightlines on, and there's good discipline right here because it's so hard to get those knocks as well as a confirmation.
But I do like what Triple are always going for. Yes, it sucked for them in that first day, but actually the idea was right. They had Naz looking over TRG, now this time around they're looking over OMA, and they find that initial knock, but can they find a success through from OMA onto even more? Because yes, you also have to keep in mind that a half now squad of SYRAX is there behind them, and they can still pull out something if OMA find maybe an easy knock early on. But unfortunately for OMA, they're the ones getting knocked, as JC now will fall down to Abstract. Fish barely alive here as they do take those bandages, heal back up. IND also in some trouble as, excuse me, Prada now on the front lines alongside Costi, taking through Device, and it's a PMPL duo back once more, smacking through an extra kill for them, up to 3 in total. I'm surprised, there we go, they leave that kill alive, because actually, when you are so easily able to get that kill by that point, yes, it's tricky sometimes to go out for the kills, but you can't forget that even if a player is knocked Tarzan, they're still able to give information to the rest of their squad before they die as a whole.
Yes, completely agree. I think initially, though, like that play Device to be across the road is extremely weird, right? I know they may be anticipating a possible shift to that eastern side, and they need that. But to be fair, like you can, you know, come in a little bit later. You didn't have to go all the way in a way that no one can really support you. The use of vehicles, lovely right here, but as stronger would be the snake. That is a sad way to die, but support now comes in.
Oh, Biggie, he's on his own. They might have wished they didn't step up, but he is also the support from Excuse Me. But they're already taking down Biggie. Albert cannot find a shot onto Hardman, and Most Wanted, they talked about their rotations on the edge. They come in onto Barn, where they all spawn in from the plane path. And Most Wanted, well, they best know this location well, because they're already down to what will be Zephyr, the only solo player remaining. And excuse me, they will excuse Most Wanted out of this game, surely the 1-on-1. Zephyr may be able to turn it here against Albert. This is the opportunity, but the door goes. Zephyr's health bar dropping from behind. Costi cleans it up. Prada takes down the rest, and it is a clean cut through from Excuse Me, taking now even more kills to their pocket.
I mean, like, this is what we want to see from the squad. And they hold a spot. It's a bit cheeky, but the setup is exactly there. The support and the trade was so quick. Most Wanted just got into a position that is very hard to reset when they are all clumped behind a rock. Suddenly, the pinch just came in, right? So Triple need to find a way in as well. I mean, rotating along that shoreline is no problem. They've been trying to apply so much pressure all along. TSC was my pick winner of this team, right? A little bit slowly trailing teams, from behind. As long as they have that vehicle, the edging style is completely fine, I think. And it's actually very underused on Sanhok because of the high risk, high reward. But there are certain times that you can only get out if you have a car.
At least have still got a full squad here, Tarzan. I mean, I don't know what to say here by SYRAX, but it's not looking good. It's not looking good for the duo. I mean, as I said, we've had a Maxman curse. The Wolf curse might just be very much a thing here.
Is infectious, is official now, and now you've got it. Well done, Max. And that is what you get, for having these. I don't know what to say anymore. The interaction between you two is so interesting. I don't know how you got it, but however you've been playing with Max is not what I want to do.
Don't touch it.
Don't touch. Don't get close. Argue. No banters. You know what? I'm joking. This circle is going to be spicy. I can feel it already, Highland Wolf. The center belt is very stacked, and these teams established a place to call home, just in these very important dips to the north of Corey. And this is going to be important. It's going to be still very saturated. The openings are not a lot, but TSC being an Eastern team to have Barn open to them, basically where they claimed their win yesterday, this is great news. They're already on their way. And that is huge. Basically, 80% of the team may be on that western side. And that next shift would determine so much of where the pressure comes in.
I still love those hills around Barn as well. I always feel that Barn, one of those underutilized positions on the map, necessarily not the actual small compound of Barn is. Actually, just around it, just towards that northwestern portion. No, Costi, before she get a shot down by Fiat too.
Oh, wow.
Hello, Shoxy stepping up, taking down Prada. This is the opportunity, though. Do they go in for the flush quick enough? And it's only Albert left, but they're turning in favor towards where Fiat are. Costi now back up as well. Prada as well, the revive entering on in. There's still a squad behind them. And surprising that better kills. They didn't come through actually also from IND. Both sides hesitant, and actually a very wounded, may just get away here. Prada is very low though inside that vehicle. They could be taken down, but IND, they just cannot find those shots.
You know what? A missed opportunity. When they land those shots, there's no confidence to say, let's push that. I know they probably didn't know it as a team of trios, so down to one player. But you know what? The cars need to be ready. The squad needs to be communicating so quick. But now Fear comes in and can really approach that side where IND is covering. Triple, let's not forget about this squad, still very, very strong. Now in fourth place, I believe they can do a lot more. We haven't seen them at the big game on Sanhok yesterday, but this time round they are really down to change it.
Oh, Bilal, they took that too, but here's Shashak at the entrance into the chest. Oh, that's gotta hurt, as Bilal feels that one for tomorrow, that's for sure. Shoxy, they chuck a grenade in, though Shashang now also going to be returned, and I think that INT, with that kill, they might have given away their position. There is absolutely nowhere for Cronus to go, and IND only back in onto game 4.
You know what? That's unfortunate. We talk about clearing. Sometimes you just you just forget about it. You just feel like, oh, it's clear. Scouting is an art that requires a lot of control and thinking about what ifs. And so if you don't ask that question, it can really bite you in from your behind. So right now, Excuse Me is making a great rotation. They took that squad wipe around Barn. They crossed the road, almost got taken out, but with the really decisive movement to cross back that main road again. So that will be them sharing that same side with TSC. Let's see which team has the stronger momentum. Based on Sanhok yesterday and the 2 games earlier, I would say TSC, but Excuse Me has no fear right now.
Around these hills, so important here for TSC as well to keep control of. Again, it's a similar situation where actually, one team, you can control it Excuse Me on one angle, but still TSC can control the backside. This song going to tell a different story though, because there are a lot of those teams on the northern end that I feel could still get caught out on a hard shift. Actually, it will go towards what will be a southwestern shift. So dividing both of those expectations, and for the most part, NTL, now the onus on them, as long as I think Triple as well these two compounds inside the center, very crucial because they're around the roads, Tarzan. And these roads, I love to say how these act really as moats, particularly to the fact that also the hills decline down into them. They act also as those bowls, very vulnerable points where teams can't cross over into, which halts those wide rotations that teams maybe wish they could make.
I think it's going to be extremely tricky. A lot of run and gun, and that will be this southern side, no, northern side. So TRG is in play. That will be example team around an Oma also in here. Just really escape from the earlier skirmish. They need to face it again. Multiple teams need to do this run and gun strategy. And if they over-rotate and come in too far, NDL will be there waiting.
Still though, TRG in Central is there. They are not completely taken out of account just yet, but that revive is not probably going to happen. It's probably going to be in Central as that solo player. Is there ever an opportunity where you just feel that you go underneath the building and you just pray that no one really knows you're there? I mean, Sons of Odin, they definitely know that Oma are there, and unfortunately for them, I think they might be saying adios to it overall. I think DSE, should I say, excuse me, will be the squad to fall. So, still, Sons of Odin know it is 2 kills, regardless of whoever they kill. Also, Albi will be completely firsted down. Strangers bullying them from the backside. It's just a pincer in, and Bilal, the last one remaining. But here comes the rest of Strangers. The nades popped, the smoke's delivered. Bilal now in the corner. Strangers, they aren't pushing it just yet, and TRG is well in their own fight. Will finally get firsted down there by also TeamOma. But inside the building, Strangers finally flush in. They find 2 though, and Safia, Bilal maybe making it work, but it is going to be the reload. They went a little bit too quick, and TSC Ultimate do not find a triple.
You know what? It was actually the third party that finished it as well. You know what? It's official. It is infectious. I'm now, the caster cursor, and it sucks. I don't know how to feel. But you know what? Like, that is also just the very bold rotation. You've got the cars. You can't just run into one of the best positions in game to hold, teams off. That cliffside to the north of Corey, you just can't breach it easily. So that was TSC failing to find that pacing and transition into the mid game.
I just feel the heroes of Sons of Odin have such a great opportunity again to rush in. They hear those knocks, they can see those knocks come through, but they're just not willing to push. And it's this patience, a little bit too much patience, I think, from these teams, costing them vital opportunities into this zone. I mean, look how far they are away.
It's extremely hard. I think it's a lot of neutral fights that's going to break out. That's kind of the nature of this game as well. Like, with this shift though, I want to see what NDL is going to do. Like, will it be 3 in zone, playing certain hard and leaving 1 or 2 behind? I think they will have someone very dedicated to playing gatekeeping as well as playing spoiler. And I think that can be a textbook example, but they need to pull it off first, because chasing behind them, is there. And Sons of Odin now coming in. This is a great breakthrough for this team. That third party earlier was great. Now trying to sweep this southern end and will not let this team go before entering the zone either.
Strangers, they saw Sons of Odin were here in the kill feed, but they turned their back for a second too long. So do Sons of Odin. It's one straight on in. It's a beautiful 1-for-1 peep, but Golden Boy now to second, and there goes Tatsia. Sons of Odin on the edge of the blue. Do make it quick, do make it snappy, and another bout of kills through for them. Conqueror also going to be eliminated. That zone will silence through a few of those knocks, so is that will be phase 5 into phase 6, and the shift happening once again.
You know what? And that's not the time to revive that either. Sons of Odin went for it. It's about to just grab the mats and go. That is the problem. That is the pain of that. And that's them slowing down, getting no. NDL needs to pull it in as well, but 2 of them is gone.
NDL, they're moving in, but so here also example team. They have to move in a little bit closer though. That rock's not going to protect you, I see. And into the open they are. 3 picking for NDL. 6 kills so far towards him, but right outside though even more. And I don't think they realize Krusty not moving. Will now hear the footsteps and they will almost get exploded out. Krusty tries to 1v3, but it's just not simply enough. And NDL 10 kills for them, for 7 for NDL, but they lost 2 in the backside. An example who weren't out just yet. Here also coming in, the fact that Captain striking 2 back.
You know what? Like, Fear Esports is slowly coming back. They keep getting these kills and starting to win fights. And NDL's one of those teams been losing to them, losing players to them, I should say. So this can be a very important game for them. We're starting to see some change. After this game, we're officially over half of the tournament. Things are starting to change, and we love it.
That is very true indeed. I didn't even think about that for certain. SYRAX, we said maybe it is my turn to shine here to pick up a point as they take through the rest. For example, Triple unfortunately caught in behind phase 6, and Team Savage clean them through. Easy peasy lemon squeezy with the help of Papa himself. And now also Team Savage, they move their attention in further. This zone, phase 6, completely in the open, Tarzan. They are struggling as well. Low health bars.
And Jar Jar under the pressure as well. Doesn't have a spot in the circle, but he has a good amount of first aids, and that can be so important. And that is actually SYRAX out. We didn't take that point. The pain is so real.
I cry inside right now, Tarzan. If only they survived one more position, we might have got another point on our list. Oh dear, it's not going very well for us. But Fear, they also have those 8 kills. I think it's going very well for them. They just have to be patient, though, and not rush this too hard.
And I like what Jar Jar's doing. They're just not really challenging it. May even just give the point. Not to give the point, just dying to the blue. And I think that's a very respectful and smart thing to do. And that is also Shopsy still keeping that angle. The rest of the team trusts him to do that. And that's great. There's 2 fights happening at the same time. Jar Jar risk it, Farah talk it. And we're down to 2 teams.
Now down to Fear, but can they take the chicken dinner? Will it be back-to-back for Team Savage? Blue zone entering in. It is 3 for 3. Still Dragon off the backside. Dragon stepping up. Had the damage last game as well. They need to do a little bit more this time around.
That separation, though, is they're all both on the south side because of that landscape. It will actually put a lot of pressure upon, and Fear really need to use switching of perspective as well. Those smokes can really choke their own sightlines either, but they are here to strike opening up 1 and 2.
Oh, to make it 3 just as it starts. The end through from Team Savage. And Team Savage, they take a back-to-back victory. These are the points we talked about them needing. And they too, just like Conqueror, Tarzan, now in contention for that left side of leaderboard, in contention for that prize pool and for that PMPL spot. It is the underdogs that we didn't expect would be winning out, now doing just that in this second day.
You know what? Like, Fear Esports, I know the raw ability of the players. So seeing them on that right side was actually a bit heartbreaking, but you give them this now, they can actually outperform many of the top teams. I know some of the players personally, I know there is something that they can do with that, and they've been a bit lost through group stage in first day as well, but this is time. Okay, and it's just started to get interesting, guys. That was amazing.
Oh, what an amazing game once more. But we still have 2 more to go. And I mean, it is 3 down. It's a little bit sad. Maybe next game, we and myself and also First Tarzan and Max will be able to pick up the points. Not quite this time around, but we hope indeed. And you, I hope, enjoy even more as we head through to the break and Miramar up next.
My name is Karthik. My in-game name is IND Device.
My name is Ryan. My nickname is Premixed in game.
My name is McPrice, IND McPrice, and I'm playing with Team Inflamed.
Prepare for the games personally. What I do is I'll go into TDMs. I'll do a lot of TDMs before it, just to warm up myself and sort of, just warm up and sort of get into that zone. And then what I also do is a bit before the game is I'll check the VOD reviews. So I have a mental image of like where the teams are landing around, and I can see the weak teams on the in the group as well.
For free time, like basically as a student, we go for work as well, and we spend a lot of time on gaming actually. Like we prefer game to be like I actually stream on Facebook sometimes, so I mostly give my time like a lot. Sometimes go on streaming on Facebook, and either like YouTube a little bit of time.
I just started playing with one team and just moved through a couple of teams from there and just picked the best players out of the all three different teams. And
roles-wise, we have IGL, Device, we got like support, Shawshank, and me and Cronus do Fragger, and we also have McFries on the team who's a support. So we have a balanced team. Everyone has their own role. We have a good amount. Qualities, we have Device is very decisive IGL. He knows what he wants.
There are some comms actually in between the teams, like to go with IGL calls. These one in a normal things, sometimes we get lack of listening the calls, and because of some disturbance around us playing while we are playing.
so actually, I've been playing the PUBG Mobile Esports for some time now. I've been in India last couple of years back, and I started with my first tournament, ESL, and I've been playing like ESL, PMID, PMIS, and everything. I played finals, but my team, they're young, and they just started playing the esports. They lack a little experience.
The main opponent, I would say, in our group is probably Courage. You can see for yourself, they're top of the leaderboard, a lot of kills. They're just really skillful players, and they've been around the block. So they're definitely a contender. But I think we definitely got what it takes to be up there.
In our group, maybe Courage, maybe like I'm not sure though. Like I don't think so. But yeah, we wanna face like 1v1, like maybe hopefully.
We struggled yesterday in a couple of matches, and then my teammates, Premixed and Cronus, they performed absolutely well. Cronus has done like 2 or 3 1v2s, and Premixed has done the similar thing.
What would I like to say to the players of the other teams? I'd like to say, just be careful in the finals. We're going to see you there. We might surprise you. We might do really well. So don't underestimate us, and we're going to come for these top spots. That's guaranteed.
Skillful and inestimable. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the MVP of the week and his most breathtaking moments.
It is bullied, cyber bullied TSC down to Broughty remaining, and even Broughty will fall now too.
Nice use of that buggy to drive around and figure out what the last member was. I was surprised that Kurz didn't.
Denies and punishes through the solo of Risk, and down to just 4 teams already. But Painan is no longer with the safety of the blue area. Premixed moving in.
Open Courage really the only team up on top of a little bit of a plateau to play off of. And it looks like Stellar trying to get close enough to play it as well is gonna have 2 of their members taken down. I think they only have Talent Rat left. Yeah.
Oh, that's gonna send it back, Sheriff now will
be able to make a slight dent even. As you can see, Courage, yes, the numbers have fallen down to 2. But they are so quick to react. They are so well prepared for many of these engagements, and this is going to be quite a bit of a challenge now for Faceless.
This is where the inexperience kind of came in. I knocked 3 is the phase you're waiting for. He's coming in, he's reviving. That's what you need to go, probably with more clarity than I did, but that is Faceless losing such a key window, making it a 1v2 situation. That is just pain. Come into a very saturated edge.
Oh, quick reactions going in from Courage.
Tune in next week to find out who will take the MVP's title. That's all for now. See you on the battlegrounds. Can you hear it coming? Can you feel your heart beating faster and faster? Can you smell a chicken dinner? This is the PUBG Mobile National Championship. The adrenaline of competition, the suspense, the bravery, and the most explosive moments in mobile gaming. Excited? And we haven't even mentioned the prize pool, which is, hold on to your parachutes. £22,000! Now that's a chicken dinner.
Well, I'm sure a lot of players and viewers at home will be happy that the Sanhok game of the day is done and dusted. We still got 2 more, one Erangel and one Miramar, so stick around for those. But still, there was a interesting, I would say, Sanhok game, and it was brought to you right by the boys at Xiaomi. And thanks to them, you can enjoy a super fast and lag-free PUBG Mobile experience, thanks to Xiaomi's powerful Redmi Note 10 5G. But said it right, it's a little weird. It's a little Sanhok game. And Tarzan at the end, it was a win going away of the esports, but we had some action really on breaking through.
You know what? It's actually good. Like, I've seen some adaptations. It could be considered running away, but that is the mind game of this map. You didn't get to test it many times either, just 3 times in this whole finals.
Oh man, I mean, it's a little bit disappointing. This was a weird one. I was expecting something a little bit mean. You know, we had quite a Miramar. Maybe Miramar back once more can be a little bit more mean.
I want the Kendi.
I know, right? I'm so sad on the side. You cannot predict how sad I am. It's just like a ball of wetness inside me right now. Of just tears. Wow. It's just a flood of tears is what it is.
Can we agree, Tarzan? That was a weird way for him to describe it.
It was.
Yeah,
I was like, where did he learn that from? Like,
I'm not supposed to talk during highlights, but I'm like, that was weird.
that was weird. You know, not as weird as this Sanhok game. Wow, I mean, maybe.
What was it again? I feel like we need to write it down. Like, of course, like
it's
his
almost as
expressions...
good as the inconsistently inconsistent. That's almost as good.
But you know what? I actually love that so much. Like, some teams are inconsistently inconsistent would be actually better than consistently inconsistent. If we play around those words, if your ears aren't bleeding by now, it's such an important way to think about how teams may do, right?
I mean, to be fair, it is pretty important to think about the consistency of these squads. And I mean, as Max Man said, right, a double negative can equal a positive. I mean, that's how it works in maths. That's what I was taught anyways in school. For here, what could have been a double negative, well, they turned it into a positive, and they were able to take out what was at least in second place in TSC, even there also, or should I say not TSC, Team Savage taking the game overall. But there's a number of teams, though, certainly, that down on the bottom of that leaderboard just cannot find these points today.
Yeah, also IND were not able to get himself too many points this time around, but NDL back on it once again. Unfortunately, Tarzan did not vote for them this time, but would have been a good call to go for. But one thing, Tarzan, that I'm really stoked to see is this is it feels at least like a new Team Savage this game. They were feeling like they were trying something. Sure, it did not result in a win, but there was an attempt, which I feel a lot happier than what we saw from their last win that actually resulted in a chicken dinner coming their way, is they were trying something, and even just trying is way more than enough for me.
But you know what? Hey, like, when you've won a game, like, we are expected to carry that momentum over. Like, if you don't feel hype enough to do good, like, I don't know what else can go your way. So I would say that's the least that we would expect from that team. So they need to continue that, though. But the side of TRG Esports are slowly waking up, as you can see. Dragoni, man, 7 kills. We haven't seen that number for a while when it comes to kill count. So that's definitely great coming from this squad. And NDL slowly coming back, working their way through the map, and they're making some changes that actually worked out for them. So that is great to see.
And I don't know if you watch, I know you don't watch One Piece, you don't watch anime, Tarzan, but like, this is the Fishman of Albert. And he just got himself 700 damage this time around over here on Sanhok. So really good damage to have on a map such as Sanhok. That can be a little bit hard to find some big numbers, at least on an individual level. And you're also going to have another perp, excuse me, that's going to be costly. So, excuse me, in terms of the rankings of that game, not really showing up in terms of damage. It goes to show here, especially Highland, that they were looking for opportunities to get kills, which that's a playstyle that many teams try out on Sanhok, and it didn't quite work out at the end.
I feel we were trying to spread themselves too thin overall, and actually, as a result, they did get caught out. They got pincered by 2 teams, and there we go. No, none for anyone. But just to reiterate there from actually, I think, from Excuse Me, you can see that they're trying to be more aggressive as a squad, but actually, as a result, they, as we said, splitting themselves too thin is not working out in the same way that what it actually was a success in game number 1. I feel that if they go back to sticking and playing more as a team, focusing actually more on the position first, and then going for the kills afterwards in a good position, that makes a lot more sense to me.
Yeah, I think that could be working out. We'll have to check out. But once again, community and also the casters on the desk and myself, we get ourselves a 0 pointer. So you know what that means? No codes. You guys messed it up. No codes this time. You got to get next game right. It's going to be on Miramar. So I think that a few key predictions could be made this time around. But if you want another code once again to get some cool loot, you want to vote for the right teams. Community voting, talking about that one, is going to be kicking into gear once more to check out who's going to be part of our top 3 on our Miramar game. I think that I've personally I think I've got nothing right this entire event so far. You got one right, Tarzan, and Highland Wolf, did you get one right?
I'm still struggling. I'm still struggling.
I've got 2, I think.
You got 2?
Yeah, we got 2. We got 2 points.
Yeah, I normally I'm trying to be a team player, but I unfortunately serve nothing. I'm like dead weight at the back end of the car, so I'm just there, I guess. I'm just there. You know, even during the game, I'm not even there, so I don't know what I'm doing here. But
change it.
Even if you know how it works out, if you want to join and you want to try and support your team, you just put in the YouTube or Twitch chat the hashtag of your team of choice. If you want to support TeamOma, you put hashtag OMAX, and that team will automatically get a vote thanks to your vote. And if your team is going to be up in the top 3, you will have a chance to get yourself a code to get some in-game loot. So we're going to start off with you, Tarzan. What is going to be the team you're going to go towards this time?
I'm going back to NDL. And I always give a reason, right? Like, people just think, oh, you just go for that team anyway. There are the times that we didn't pick them, you know, without them. But you know what? Because last time round, they've played 2 style of Miramar based on 2 different types of splits. But they made it work every time, right? And the confidence is there. And then the last game, okay, if they played terribly, I wouldn't have picked them. But they made it to top 3. Right, so I would say, all things considered, I'm going back to that, almost my comfort pick. And but you know what? I think it's pretty well reasoned.
Okay. How about yourself, Highland? What are you going for this time?
I'm going to go for a curveball here. I'm going to go for Fear, because I feel that actually Fear, they've been stepping up today. And I feel that as the games have gone on, they have been getting better. I want to see them just take that little bit of final step over Miramar. I know they didn't do super hot there, but I do understand that the positioning and the aggression that they're showing is getting a lot better throughout the second day.
Okay, I had a plan, but you know what? I'm going to follow good old Tarzan this time, and I'm going to also go for NDL. I think this is the first time we're doing a double vote, so I'm going to go with NDL 2. It's risky, but no, it might be worth it at the very end, and we'll get yourself a double pointer. So I'm going to go with NDL 2. So we've got 2 NDLs on our side this time around, and we'll be seeing very soon which will be the 3 teams voted by the community to get themselves some good standings on our 4th and almost final game of the day. We're almost getting there. We're over the 50% mark now, so really here, Tarzan, teams that are already onto the second part of the standings from 9th to 16th. Now you really need to get those points in. Otherwise, it's starting to get a little bit too late to get in those positions where you can truly get some decent amount of the prize pool.
Yes, you know what? I think the key thing right here is still that point difference is small enough to say that any team can bounce up huge when it comes to having one big game, right? And we've seen some of these teams just coming out of the blues that keep forcing us to make the wrong predictions. But you know what? We love that. We love some change. We want a little bit of variety and just create, you know, this is also very interesting. Equal split.
Okay, this is looking very even. 33.3, repeating, of course, for TRG, Team Savage, and also TRG Esports is going to be coming on through for this 4th game of the day. Not really too surprised. These are big names that we've seen, especially TRG and Triple. And Team Savage has been voted by the community quite a decent bit recently. And to be honest, they got himself a win, and after that, a top 3. they are definitely looking like they are stepping up quite a decent bit. We still in the overall rankings that they are currently ranking up really well, and not only are they fighting for a decent portion of the prize pool, right, Highland, it also still, we got to remind, is that big PMPL slot at the very end of tomorrow's last game. That this is really what all these teams are truly fighting for, I would say.
And that's exactly why you see some of these underdog squads stepping up. Yes, it's not just the big names anymore. We see the likes of Fear, we see the likes of Team Savage, even their Strangers in that second game. See if they can do it once more, step up and be able to take that top spot. Because as we said, and it still is the case going into today and throughout into this fourth game, it's very close to this leaderboard, which usually wouldn't be the case. Usually you would expect by this time, there would have been a team starting to roll ahead. Not this time around.
Yeah, pretty close. We'll have to see. But you know what? I'm going to kick my feet up into the air and relax while you guys take us through our fourth game of the day. It's back on Miramar. We're going to have a little bit of a tan, so take us through the game, boys.
Oh, what an absolute series it has been so far. I mean, to be fair, Tarzan, whatever happens here, this has been some beautiful PUBG action from the UK. And actually, I just feel that generally, as a UK region, I don't want to sound really soppy here and like national pride and all, but you know, we've improved a lot from already and since the spring.
I think so. I actually seen a lot of, knowledge coming through based on the way that they play. It's almost like they've listened. And that is very, very important, coming from coaching experience and all that stuff, the adaptations. A lot of things could have gone wrong, but a lot of times they just hold that line there, doing their best, not really like tilting themselves. So that is a great sign, right? And you know what? Community voted Team Savage and TRG, right? One thing that I know when that happens is I don't think it's a good combo because they both love going to the top right of the map, but they do kind of like avoiding early action though. So let's see how they're going to do that. That playing path will make it a lot harder for them. So they need to come through with some great adaptation. But the rest of the lobby do kind of find some comfort in the ease of getting to their favorite spots.
Do you know what? This is actually big brain play from the entire squad. Not only because they get a luck at a zone, but also whoever comes out of the fight, they've still got someone, right, in the end of the day, in the end of that fight, to come out on top. It's just a hope for them that that team that do find that victory, they come out with a full squad. You can already see Team Savage, they found themselves the vehicles early. Not only is it going to immobilize TRG in this certain section, it is going to also allow Team Savage to find a beautiful position into Harumada. I actually double love the fact that UV and Cove are moving around Oasis. They're not even risking that TRG have that gun early on and they can spray down.
You know what? Lovely analysis there. Like, completely immobilized, and TRG will be slowed down so much. If you've been to this part of the map and you don't have a vehicle, it's going to be so hard. And TRG, you need to think now, do we just run and do some split looting or get onto that one car to go back to their favorite spot, which is Campo Militar? But that will be Team Salvage kill to get. Like, if they can really stand in the right spot and keep tracking these players, they can really make it work. But that is so far a little bit of an interesting and exciting start, but there's no kills so far. But this circle going to the northern side will actually or potentially benefit the side of Team Savage and TRG, because that is where they call home. And I always have this theory where I expect Team to do well when the circle shift to where they land, because that's supposed to be where they know best, right, on the part of the map. Let's see whether they can deliver.
I don't know if it was just me or Span being an evil duo in the group stage, but whenever we saw a northern zone like this in Miramar, we always ended up with a zone going in between on the port TRG, onto the BP bus. We always saw in between the side that actually it would go from water treatment to happy and pass on. And to see that go once more, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised. It was 3 times in a row. 3 games in a row, Tarzan, but it went to in between that compound. You know how disgusting it is for 3 games in a row in one group to have to face off against the Valley of Death that's in between those 2 compounds?
You know what? That's kind of the first time that we've seen it this in tournament. Have you done it in group stage?
Right? I've not seen this for ages. I mean, I always forgot it existed.
I'm gonna keep going. You know what? I suck at this so much. Like I can never properly do this, and Nexus is trying to do a better job. So it's it's looking like a bit of a chaotic portion here. Both of these teams just feel like we don't feel okay here. They keep moving east. So I think it will really slow down the early game pacing because it seems like they only find comfort around Tor Ahubana or Campo Militar. But it's going to be so hard to land these fights, and if they don't have the confidence without good loadouts, it will be about that mental battle, will be about that mentality to see who's stronger, who can adapt, who can take these neutral fights with very efficient comms in the early game that they're not used to fighting.
Oh man, and also the rotations coming through from the fact that there was so many teams down in Los Leones as well, right? We know that so many do love to drop there, and what interests me the most is actually how they get into that zone. I mean, you've got to keep your eye again on Picardo, and actually what I also would like to say is that Triple moving into Picardo early on, they risk in how long they stay there, right? Because if they stay there for too long, there's teams approaching from that south side. It's actually insanely tricky, I feel, to rotate out from Picardo if you do start to get surrounded by squads. I would like to see Triple instead loot up Picardo efficiently, move up into Picardo Hill, and from that point on, be able to find the information on all of those squads still to rotate in if they are making those late rotations.
I think it's going to be the way to go. Like on textbook, the hard thing is scouting out there first. You never know whether there's a team who wants to say, stay here for a little bit, make a huge split across the whole plateau to keep one or two to stop you from coming up, the other two to look towards San Martin or Hacienda direction. Like that can really work if they've got the vehicles, right? So that is the hard thing. You know, that's why we call high ground advantage sometimes. In many situations, if it gives you, that real advantage, and that is something that repeats again and again, other than certain peek and shoot positions where you are going from relative high ground with no cover to use, right? But this northern side will be extremely interesting. I think with this likes of NDL needing to think about the pacing of the rotation will be very key as well. If they don't want to touch the plateau, they may have to come through some main roads where that's the one that leads to Saint Martin on the western side, or the one that leads you to Graveyard. Either one are just a little bit hard, right? I find that extremely hard. So the scouting, raw skill, and the experience has to come through to guarantee a safe rotation.
I actually am loving the rotation coming through from SYRAX. I just want SYRAX just to keep moving up towards that northern side. And I just want SYRAX to keep moving in towards the likes of El Azahar, just on those hilltops above them. You see what could be a beautiful position down the mountain in towards Hacienda Pason. Yes, it's slightly open, but at that point they have the vehicles by then. I think that actually for SYRAX, very strong opportunity to play the edge of this zone. Yes, it could still shift hard towards the west, but in that situation, you just continue to make those wider rotations, and you just follow behind the rest of those teams from making that earlier on.
You know what? An NDL starting to hunt. I want to do some quick maths here, and it's actually insane that they've got. First of all, congratulations on breaking 3 digits, guys. And but 36 placement points is 68 kill points. That is obscene. I'm just going to do some quick maths here. You know what? This fight is yours. I think it won't end without someone dying right here in Trimasera.
You gotta believe that statistically NDL, they're the favorites, but example, they're also right behind him, so this is a big fight. Whoever takes this win knocks the other down. So actually, for example, if they took away NDL here, they too grab themselves inside that century mark. Nachar, they are holding it for now. That blue zone is here. They find one. Jody now down. Nachar, can he find a second? Rolk is off the backside. The trailer, will it protect another? Nachar down on the ground, but they will get sliced and diced. Rolker's headshot down into Nachar confirms them through. And it's only 1-0, for example, because the rest, actually, I like that Nachar was being used as a decoy, allowing the trio to escape so that they don't have to take the fight, they can focus outside of the blue and into a better position, as Conqueror also going to lose one to Strangers.
But you know what? I kind of borderline disagree with what you said there. I understand that it allows the rest of example team to escape, but they know for a fact that NDL likes going towards that Mina del Val of Val de Mar area. So them being uncontested in Chimera is just a sense of comfort that they are just betting on, right? Like, you've got cards and all that. You need to know they share the similar rotation paths with this other team, and your prediction is for Fear Esports, and they are starting to frag.
Oh, Fear, come at them. Dragon, a little bit too eager. Vish will confirm one. Joxy off the backside will take them out, but it wasn't before we lost a solo player themselves. Dragon now reduces them to 3. They still haven't finished off the full squad. There still is Jay-Z off the backside, but still the kills nevertheless. They are kills.
You know, those small things, man. Like, you didn't need to lose that play. You've got the third-person advantage. You get the high ground advantage. You've got the number advantage. It's not a jump shot to go for. I'll just, give it for the benefit of a doubt that he just fell down. But for Esports, nonetheless, a very, very important fight to keep the momentum going off that Game 3 win on Sanhok.
Can I just predict here that, low-key, Oasis is still open. It was a hard northern shift. I'm just going to say, it's been like an 7-month, 8-month wait for us right now to have an Oasis zone. I've never seen it. Please, I just would like to see it once.
Yeah, as a duo, as a couple, we should say. We've been waiting. That's our...
Damn, we're going into something here, Tarzan.
We're going into something here, but that's a little bit of water. Please make me okay. I can't use the wrong adjective here, but like
people
that
are going to start shipping us,
and
if you're not careful.
You know what? I think people's been doing that a little bit already, but I'm fine with that. Like I'm set. I'm fine. I appreciate it. And you know what? Oasis finished, that's it. I'm going to put money on it. And you know why I like it, guys? Because it's a new part of the map that people haven't shown some love. It needs to force some of these players to have the proactiveness to go for it. There's a main road to separate the Oasis from the rest of the map on its southern side, and it'll also force people to use a lot of immediate landscape assessment to pull off some splits. So that is really testing to something that is rather given or gifted. What's the term there? Innate instead of taught, right? So that is going to be my wish for this game.
How much are you betting on it? Are you willing to bet like a dinner out for the two of us? Is that how much you're willing to bet for this?
I didn't get what you mean. Like, if what are you going to bet? If you're not betting on that same thing, I don't know where we stand in this relationship.
Oh man, and the divorce paper's coming out already, Tarzan. I thought we had something.
I mean, what we need to know, though, is our predictions are actually quite there. We talked about this choice by the community. TRG and Team Savage eventually just get clumped out on this northern side. I believe they are very low on loot. That vehicle spawn is actually going to hurt both teams. As you can see, no first aids. The other teammate, I believe that was Nexus, with absolutely 0 heals, right? So this is not the fight you want. Just iron sight on their guns. So the plan B was not there, and the mid game will be extremely hard. I will see them struggling already in this game unless the circle keeps going to them.
Oh, zone does go further north, but a really tricky position right now, because that compound in the center, you may not know it, but it's that really insanely difficult ball where teams who go inside of it, they just don't come back out, Tarzan. I mean, excuse me, they could rotate in towards it, but look at the fact that position's already taken up all 3 hills by different squads. That majority of squads, so on that eastern side, and that's what's so scary about it, in the fact that you maybe have to see even further rotations all the way to the northern side by the likes of Team Savage and so on, before we can even find that safe rotation back in.
I mean, this is just a very tricky circle because teams need to think and have a lot of predictions as to how to enter. They need to make shot stops, they need to kick an opening knock, and then just charge through. Knowing the landscape, I think the western half will be easier to enter. Excuse me is also losing time trying to block players right here, but they are also quite in the circle. They just need to bet that it doesn't continue to shift north.
Excuse me, I think also struggling here against Conqueror. I said it, they haven't really been up to form. They have been struggling. I'm also intrigued here as TRG. They've been holding on to the position. They finally shoot, but it's to no real effect. Maybe they do find Tafs here, but again, the problem is revealing your position so early on that actually they're not going to be able to get anything for it. Maybe, yes, they have isolated Tassia from the rest of their squad, but they still have a vehicle, rightly so, and they've only given away where they actually are in this location. There's also their Sons of Odin up now against what will be INDs. The tacticals are going to fall out. As you can see, IND going to lose one off the backside. NDL confirming one of the back end of IND. Now 3 on the front, but they are pincered. Sons of Odin up front, and they've got to make that decision.
It's going to be so tricky. 360 constantly, cars will be blown up. That southern end is extremely weird to hold down. And excuse me, need to know that there is these teams slowly coming in. With that dip, Albert will get knocked from his position. That split is too ambitious.
Oh, even more though from Biggie. They just cannot find the shots on target. That could be a triple, but the spray is just too much. The recoil, not quite enough to control here for B's hands, and pre-mix. The rest of ID do get away for now. Also as well, the rest of NDL coming across the top of the hill. Sons of Odin, they're matching their rotation up to the top as well, however.
You know what? We talked about this before. Like, I know they know each other's position, but IND definitely have a different way of applying pressure that can get them out of that situation. NDL might be slowly edging in, but they know how to play this style. They would take every kill available to them, and now that, excuse me, playing incredibly loud, NDL will be forced to take like certain rotations, and they will be able to just continue choke this down. Third kill come through, they are not scared to take the fourth. As I, wait for Hanwolf to come back. This is actually a crazy bit right there. And you know what? Like, Premix actually made it out alive. It's actually insane to think about that, but he's got more to hold, and that's NDL coming in to finish what they started.
Oh man, NDL already here. I mean, I didn't leave you. I was always here, Tarzan, but it's okay. IND, they are no longer here. That is for certain. NDL always going to be those killers. You've got to imagine every single game they show up to. Triple though, Abstract now down. 2 for them might be all they grab, because now look at their position. They are far out of zone, the furthest out of any team, as it continues to shift into that bowl. How much longer, though, can his team survive? I mean, we mentioned that bowl was nigh on impossible to escape from, but Team Savage are driving over strangers anyways to get there.
And I think this is extremely tough. Like, with this type of circle, you need to know where's the next step, and you need to make a game plan before it even happens. And I can see a little bit of a slow decision coming through from the teams on the east side. They're moving at the same time, though. They will be contesting against each other, and will have a bit of a vertical line fight along those landscapes on that eastern edge.
Oh, Triple, they're trying to make it work. Not another vehicle. No, Naz. No, Naz, why? Okay, it's okay. We're safe. Naz is back on his feet.
And you know what? And this is the spot that I thought the side, excuse me, should have never given away. That relative high ground now provided an entry for NDL, and then, excuse me, will be surrounded very soon, and it's so hard to protect those cars, so they need to start praying. And this eastern side, though, is getting more and more interesting. SYRAX, we're waiting for them to strike. They're waiting for that one big game, and we know what it can do for their squad. TRG is severely underlit. I beg these players, stop wasting your ammo if you don't have the resources, especially when the kills can't be confirmed.
Oh, but TRG, the kills are being confirmed against AIM. Rattle. Now just shortly outside of the zone, they're going to slow themselves on the revive. This buys time for Triple. This buys time to get further into the zone. I think for Triple, actually the easiest side to come in from, because you can see all these ridge lines, Tarzan. They're what's important for the safety.
Yeah, absolutely. But you know what? These ridge lines may run out soon, right? So they need to know their limits. That is not what you want to do. I know you insert in in real life, but you know what? You're not quite small. Your head just pop out, and it will be the same. You can't really dodge these bullets if you don't know how to limit your info. TRG will be very hard to make this through.
Can confirm one through. Ads on the bottom end. Also from the top side of main screen, the set will get it not. Ads still on the south. They make that rotation through to zone, but we're going straight back in onto the action of TRG. Down to the solo player. Rattle, they've been picked apart slowly but surely. And Triple then making the push over the top. They will confirm nade after nade, but Rattle already on out of there, reposition to the next rich line. But Reznov don't care. Reznov still going in. They're going in up against SYRAX, but SYRAX also putting in the work. Rattle on the top, knocks down one. Res base 5 hits a second, and there's Playzone, the third party. Upset onto Triple as now they are almost but surely eliminated. Is Most Wanted holding on inside too.
The question to ask is, what's the consequence if I do this now? That is what for Triple Esports to figure out. They are lucky that they're still in this game, but not quite the case for Most Wanted. That same spot is too hard to hold together.
Most Wanted didn't even see it coming through the smoke. I didn't see it whatsoever. That is for sure. SYRAX now taking even more kills. But Conqueror, for them, they have one of the best compounds, one of the best positions inside this building. But Snowboy, they gave a position away. I mean, Snowboy, a little bit too eager there for that grenade.
You know what, like, for whoever's coming in from this side, with experience of NDL, they need to assume someone's in that shack. To apply pressure is not the wrong thing, but you need to have an option to get out. And now the trio has arrived, and they will be able to apply pressure, knowing the limits from that rich line. They will be slowly coming in, but sharing meds, showing the sign of some under-looting at the moment. The full squad up, actually, they need to rely on the experience to make this very efficient.
Sons of Odin still so many of these squads. This is a problem, Tarzan. None of them get inside the zone. You look at the zone, it's a road in between. It's a fact there's no hard cover. There is nothing, still nada for these squads to be able to take Conqueror. Yes, they have one building, but that's a shed. That's one nade away from extinction. And this is the tricky part about it. This is why teams not willing to move. They're waiting still for phase 6 to understand exactly how, where they need to make that one all-end-all rotation in this game.
You know what, this is going to be so tricky on this end. Sons of Odin will want to land some shots, but they will run out of smokes eventually. But they still got a rock or two, so that is important. The problem is the Knicks zone. We always say, if I take this spot now, what does it mean for the Knicks? And that will be first the fight break out on this end.
Oh, NDL, you've let them get too close. Snowboy, it's going to have to be a miracle 1v3. But they move one shed back, but it's still going to be Jody falling down off the back end. Excuse me, also find Golded in the kill feed. Sons of Odin, they can't make that move in. Abstract in a third party, but he too gets caught in the fray. Will now have to bandage up, and Euphoria also getting knocked. Grenade inside goes almost short in now to the rest, but they first through, not quite enough, as it still will be the beautiful turn. But Rollkiss gets knocked as well by Hitman. A second one jumping on in through. They confirm the kill, and Jaja's on their own. There's nowhere to go, and it's disaster for NDL.
Oh my lord, at least they've got a duo. I actually thought they're down to one, but that was a beautiful one to hold down. And that is still a chance for them because they've got a spot in the circle.
Sons of Odin also up now against Biggie. The solo plays, they take them down, execute them away, but Biggie has revealed the position. Yes, they grabbed the extra kill. That was crucial. Remove the information of that solo player. Biggie can now play a little bit safer, but Crag, you know they're cooking up that grenade. You know it's going to come tossing over. You can see it flying, but it goes wide. That 1-2. Biggie, can they find a return on in? Will they strike? Not quite enough. It was on target. They do take Abby down. The gun, the fire is enough. Can they find a third though? Biggie still half HP. Biggie now going up for one more. But Crack's still alive. Biggie, Windy Uzi. The sprint is not there. It's too wide. Crag with a sliver of HP does find it.
Oh my lord, those peak and shit's just so insane. The mechanics coming through the lobby is heating out. But you know what? Just 11 plays and 6 teams? That's a huge difference in the placement point. There's a lot of clumping through. Smokes everywhere. Probably 30 smokes across the field right now. But what will that mean for that later zone? And Strangers, to our surprise, still in here. And to the hopes of this lobby as well. For us viewers, Team Savage still in the game.
Team Savage is still there, but so are Fear. Fear are still in the top 5. Please do not be in 4th position again. I'm getting so close. Fear, they do have the trio. They're moving now into the zone. They're trying to find out bridge line. They've already lost Bilal. This looks like it could be a little bit scary for them, but it's only the back member that they lost. Farah Shoxy still alive. Strangers vote also going to lose one to Team Savage. Yuri straight back
Nice
vote by
shot.
G9. The blue zone coming in behind them all though. Team Savage, Strangers, they have to move. Strangers, they have the advantage.
Very, very good control from these players. Just using these covers. A lot of good thinking coming through. But that Nick Circle, I dare not predict anything. It's going to be dreadful for many of these teams. So many of them need to live and need to find a way. Hitman's actually in. Fear gets the circle.
Oh, Fear, this is, if ever, a gift for us here. The points, maybe we'll grab one Tarzan, maybe we'll grab one Max. This NDL, they two alongside now, Strangers. They have to move in onside the zone. Conqueror still alive. There's a 4th party squad, but they were solo. And Jody, they're cooking the grenade. But can they find the angle? Not quite just yet. The smoke's coming through. They know they're there. Hitman maybe has to make the move, but it will go outside. Hitman now half HP. Hitman still in the shed. As Jaja moves in on closer. Now Jody one more.
Very good usage there, but the clock is ticking. 3, 2, 1, and there
That's
goes
the
the blue
grenade
zone.
in. That'll be half health onto Hitman, straight into the molly. Didn't even see it coming in their own smokes. NDL inside the top 3. They're also Fear inside the top 3. It's a double here for us. There's now also Strangers. They could still steal away this game, but Fear 10 kills. They're on an absolute tear.
You know what? This is a time for them to show Faras was the MVP of the last PMNC. Can he hold the pressure against experienced team needing to cross in? But there's also Strangers slowly coming back in the tournament with some decent points. This is going to be a crazy 2v2v2.
It's NDL. They're the ones making the push first, and they're the ones that have to be stopped. And so are Strangers. They're coming in at the same time. It's a one-on-one. Shoxy on Strangers. Farah down onto NDL. They quickly turn their attention to Reach, but Fear, they still don't know. They're undecided. The grenades do not land, but thankfully, neither do Strangers.
Nice.
G9 will slip. Shoxy executes one, punishes. But NDL, they're coming in from behind. So are Strangers, they're coming in through. Farah steps up. Shoxy steps up. But still Strangers. No one goes down. Finally, G9 executed. It is Jody who finishes off Strangers
2v2.
in 3rd position. Then nade for Molly. Jody has to go wide. Jody down to half HP. Farah now steps behind a rock. Jody holding in for the moment, but it's a 1 versus 2 situation on the front line. Still 2 for NDL though. Farah down. Farah now knocked. Shoxy, they have to survive. Tarzan, this is all down. 10 kills, but can they make it 25? Jody, he steps down again. Shoxy, also under the rock in what is an absolute nail biter. Jaja steps through the rock, but still cannot find it. Shoxy, impossible to kill. They can't take though, Jody. There's no health left. They have to find the perfect streak, but it doesn't happen in NDL. They take another Miramar to their platter.
You know what? That was so close. Such a good effort from Fear Esports. But you know what? NDL, basically the most southern team for this map, and just made their way through. They made their trades. They were low on resources, but the ability, the patience really came through. That was brilliant play. Even just looking at Shoxy, being in that end game, very aware of the 2 players coming through and keeping his eyes on, and those mechanics, those muscle memory is there to create a potential 1v2. But the timing and the synchronization coming from NDL means that they would take that in a very solid manner.
Oh, what a stand-up performance so through from both NDL to redeem themselves after what had been a struggle. Fears we, as well, I predicted, coming up here even harder in this fourth match. See what we can do. We will head through to a break. We'll analyze everything with Max back onto the casters and analyst desks, but it's still one more game to go, so the action's still here.
So my name is MD Ohidul Islam. My in-game name is Faceless.
My real name is Ptolemy and my nickname is Tora.
My name is Asif Shiraz. My nickname is Shirazi.
For the actual PMNC group stages, we prepared by playing PMNC scrims in that week, that 5 days before.
Since the past 3 years, all of my free time goes to PUBG, and that's the only reason why I'm here today. It's just every time I get some free time, or let's say I have a half an hour break from my work, if I get a half an hour break, those half an hour goes to PUBG. I just like TDMs.
Basically, our squad name is Xenomortal, and it was the first 3 player. It was Faceless, Respect, and Tora, and then Shirazi Junior and Fahim joined after. But it was like a bunch of friends, like playing classic.
Personal skills. So Fahim, definitely, he's the most aggressive player. Yeah, so his skills would be fragging for sure. Faceless, probably the most mindful player. He knows, you know, as an IGL, fellow IGL, he knows when to rotate and things like that, when to actually move.
Obviously, for any team to do good in any tournament, or basically the major quality that a team needs for teamwork is communication. And I think with any team who has good communication with all of their players, let's say one of the players is just going on a different house and he just tells his IGL that, look, I'm going to move from here to here, or I'm moving my vehicle from here to here.
It's really exciting, you know. It's very fast tournament for everyone, like especially for SYRAX Esports, and our team really support us like to the competition, like from the beginning till here. Our team really support us, and it's really exciting to participate in such a good level.
Definitely gonna be Niko Defense League, NDL. They have some of the best players that UK has ever offered, especially Jody and Jaza, and there's some great players, and we always used to look up to them, and now we're playing on the same lobby with them.
Last game of our group stages, because we had to qualify for final, and we definitely need a chicken or something, like at least 15 points to, you know, stay in the competition.
You know, I'm here to have fun, same as you, man. But yeah, it's one of us is going down. You know, we're serious.
Can you hear it coming? Can you feel your heart beating faster and faster? Can you smell a chicken dinner? This is the PUBG Mobile National Championship. The adrenaline of competition, the suspense, the bravery, and the most explosive moments in mobile gaming. Excited? And we haven't even mentioned the prize pool, which is, hold on to your parachutes, £22,000. Now that's a chicken dinner.
All I can say after that game is sheesh. finished. What a finish coming out from NDL at the very end. They're able to secure himself another big fat dub for themselves on the second day. And we'll see how things are going to be rolling out as we only have one more game remaining and it's going to be on Erangel. So you want to stick around to not miss that piece of action that's just about to come on through on your very screens. But once again, don't forget the PMNC UK finals here for the 2021 season are brought to you by none other than Xiaomi themselves. Thanks to Xiaomi, you can actually enjoy a super fast and lag-free PUBG Mobile experience thanks to the Xiaomi powerful Redmi Note 10 5G. But we're gonna have some highlights. We've got a lot of things to break down, but that finish we were talking about there, Tarzan, it was so clean, and NDL just played on a level that I was just completely shocked by.
You know what? This was a bit of a scary skirmish, but it shows that they are still confident. They will check Chimicera because they've done their homework, and that is just amazing. And they slowly made their way in towards the end there as well. They know they need to cross the road. They cleared their side, be the kings of the east, then took the time that Fear was fighting strangers to cross the road. Then they split, use cover by cover, and slowly pinch. And that is textbook play. That is amazing PUBG by NDL. Much deserved victory.
Can I just also add amazing PUBG gameplay through from Fear as well to still take that second position, and the fact that not only did they initially take that fight through from Oma, but I talked about it in the past, Tarzan, we wanted to see teams, especially here on Miramar, focus on positioning first, then take those fights, redo those steps, positioning fights afterwards. Yes, they struggled. Yes, they lost Bilal towards the very end of it. But by that point, the zone was gifted back to them. They didn't have to move, and they were actually allowed to still grab that second place. Very close, so but beautiful by NDL to split their pressure between them here against Fear to get that game victory.
Tactic, though, unfortunately, no victory for them, no big fat dub, as maybe a few people in the community in the chat on Twitch and YouTube expected. So another bubble coming their way, unfortunately. But now we're looking at the top 8 teams of this one, and that's 27 points. And Miramar really seeming like the map at which NDL excels the most here, Tarzan.
Yes, and you know what? Like they've got the abilities to take huge games like that, but it's so rare that they will go out without at least 5-6 points, right? And Fear Esports are also coming in. We're talking about how much, like how close it is to see the impact of one big game, right? Now that Fear Esports got 2 huge games, they are back in it. And it's scary. It's actually implying fear into the other teams because we still got 6 games to go. If they can keep playing this way, they can join the top pack easily.
Yeah. I'm also really happy talking about teams that are trying to join the top pack. Team Savage, this is now their 3rd, 5th position back to back on 2 Miramars and 1 Sanhok. So if they can keep like that, they could get themselves a decent chunk of the overall prize pool of the £22,000 that offered for the PMNC UK finals. So we'll see if they can try and climb up a little bit higher. As now for the head-to-head is going to be the stats of NDL versus the stats of Fear Esports. And really, when you're looking at the damage, Fear having the position that they had, I'm not surprised they had such high damage here, Highland. But really, the finishing moments on that push of NDL, because exactly Fear was fighting, was really the opportunity that NDL needed to secure the win.
I liked also before NDL came to that final push that even though they struggled in their own position, it wasn't easy to get into that win, but they were still very patient and they still pushed at those right moments, but they were very respectful that the third parties could have been there through from triple, and also from those across the water like Strangers, or should I say across the road here in the woods of the desert Miramar. But I think that going towards that top 5 as well, it isn't a surprise once again to see the NDL, Jody on the board again.
Jody again?
I know,
like,
right? Like,
we know you like your face being on screen.
Like,
I get it, but come on.
It's pretty standard by this point. It's just like to be expected that Jody will be here to greet us at the end of each match.
Yeah, though a name that I'm really happy to see actually up here is Shoxy with 4 kills at this time, Tarzan. Not a name we've been seeing too much, but not only does he get that for those 4 kills, that's 651 damage as a solo player, which is great to see from one of the players of Fear. But also Farah, 1,320. That's a pretty insane amount of damage coming from him.
You know what? Like I've worked with this kid before, and he knows what he's doing. It's just raw talent when it comes to fragging power. There's certain things to fine-tune, but he's heading towards the right direction. And I think this whole team has just shown us why we talked about a little bit of that shakiness through group stage, and we really want them to do well. Like, because they actually have the talent in the squad. And I think this is the time for them to bounce and shine. And Cable as well, representing SYRAX, so important. Let's not forget that they were the first seed coming from Group A. So they're waiting for those 1 or 2 big games, and then I know what they can do with momentum.
Yeah. Hey, I'm not gonna lie. Still got my shirt bro G9 over there, looking absolutely fly as always. But now I'm gonna check out the community votes and the casters' votes, and we take a big fat W, ladies and gentlemen. That's a 3-0 going over to the desk. I'm proud of that one. Hey, the caster curse broken, maybe? I mean, no. The caster curse has been going on for almost a year now, so I think it's just luck right now. I just followed the intuition of Tarzan, and I just got lucky for the very end. But
I got it right with Fear. I picked someone else.
Yeah, but you know what that means? No codes for the community, and we get.
Did we get a parachute? Is it my turn to finally get it?
I would take a parachute with your face on. Actually, maybe not. No, I thought about it, and I was like, maybe not something I want to rep in game. I think that maybe I'll scare people away. Actually,
I could be down with every single.
Yeah, I like that idea. PUBG Mobile team, listen, we got a good idea for you guys. Like, actually install fear in as an enemy's eyes, as Coldplay would like to say. But that's it. That's it for our Miramar games. Now in the book, NDL able to get himself another win under the belt. Great to see, as now we're going to see how that actually shuffles around the overall standings. But NDL, oh my lord, Tarzan, that is a lead and a half. Going into tomorrow, can teams even catch up if they keep going like this? I'm doubting it.
You know what? Like, I'm going to blow my own horn here. We talked about one team that we want to look at from day one before match one.
Yeah,
You know what? I'll go for that one. But you know what? The interesting here is Max and Highland Wolf is if they continue doing like this, they are actually playing at the level that we want to see as a representative of the region into the PMPL. And the fact is they've also got the experience there. And we've got some data from the past that they've not been playing together for that long, but they've known each other. So would this be one of that thing that really spark a longevity in team that we are looking to see on the Western scene, right? And so that is something that I really want to look for. And of course, for the rest of the teams, still so many chances. Look at the point separation, extremely close right now.
So normally my job here is to set you guys up to say some good points, but I have a point in mind that I really want to make. Between first and second place right now, there is a 44-point difference. I know I said math, but I checked it. It's 44-point difference. You're looking on a good day, a good average per game is 10 points per game, right?
Yeah.
That means if they create anything higher than a 50-point lead after this next game, it's not impossible, but there's a very slim chance of any other team, even in second place, to overtake their spot. So if you're looking for that PMPL position, now's the time to really try and overtake them, because otherwise, Highland, we're going to see them run away with that PMPL slot for almost free, and we're only just 2 days in. We still got an entire third day.
Still 2 days in. I mean, do you know what I'm just surprised about most, Stars? Actually, to be fair, you were talking about in the Discord, you struggled to count to 3. How did you manage to count to 44 there? I mean, that's pretty impressive.
Not gonna lie. 1, 2, 3, 44. That's how it goes.
That's exactly right. 2 thumbs up there for you.
Don't question my authority. I am the host here. You don't try and contest what I'm saying. But I'm also not going to contest the community decision on which teams they want to vote for, because that is going to be, once again, open. If you're on the YouTube or Twitch chat and you want to vote for the team of your choice, for example, you want to vote for Team Triple Esports, you put hashtag triple TRIPLE, and you will have a vote taken into account into our good old PUBG Mobile PMNC system. I don't know what to call it. API, maybe. I don't know. I'm not a tech guy. All I do is play video games. But you can vote regardless and see if you can get yourself some points, because do not forget, points equal prizes, and you can get some codes to redeem some in-game loot later on down the line. But anyways, it is time for us boys once again to pick our team of choice. I let Tarzan go first quite a few times. So Hainan, I'm going to start with you this time. Ooh. What is going to be the team you're going to go towards this time?
Do you know, I'm actually going to head back towards who closed out the last game yesterday, which was Conqueror. I think that they've been looking strongest on Erangel. I think they can do it once more.
Okay, you know what? I had success stealing the choices of other people, so I stole the NDL pick earlier. So I'm going to steal your pick too. I'm going to go for Conqueror also. So there you go. We'll see. Hey, man, I can't make a choice for myself. Okay, I need people to tell me what to do. So I'm just going to do just that. So there you go. We've got double Conqueror vote. How about yourself, Mr. Professor Tarzan? Please enlighten us with your choice.
Man, to be fair, if I just stay with my science, it should be an NDL pick. But you know what? I have a different thought right now. I would go
No
for
way.
Fear Esports, and that is going to be quite interesting. I'll tell you why, because I think they actually struggle on this map, but on paper, they have a pretty decent spot to start the game for these northern shares, but they haven't gotten a way around it. I want the momentum from the past 2 games to come in here to recognize how crisp they can play around those strong spots from their Ruins and Watertown split, right? Be decisive, hold those, and then make it count. I don't mind being wrong. I mean, NDL, I voted from the start or whatnot. This time around, I want to vote for, you know, the consistency of teams. I want to invest. I want to have hope into momentum.
I see what you're doing. You just don't want people in the chat to call you biased. I get it. You know, I understand. You know, it's cool. I feel you, man. It's cool. Why do much about it? As now we're going to have the community results and 25% all around for the 3 teams that will be picked. Of course, we're going to have SYRAX, NDL, and Savage that have been relatively redundant. But it seemed like NDL is now finally getting picked by the community. I think they're like, okay, this team kind of good. Maybe you want to try and stop throwing it and actually get some decent code, so they're going to go for the NDL pickup this time around. But I was thinking, am I allowed to change my vote? Okay, you guys tell me if we're allowed, because I said I was going to go with Conqueror, but I'm thinking, and I'm down to change it. I was going to change it over to triple, actually. I have an intuition. I felt it in my bones that there was going to be a triple top 3 here. So are we okay? Are we okay? Can we officially?
Is that live? Do we have to like go back to like production?
Okay, like, you know what?
We'll have to call the PUBG team.
I actually want, I know it sounds bad, but I really want Max to be correct for once. Yeah, no, I'm joking.
I also want to be correct.
He was correct for once, to be fair. He just followed in real life.
I stole his choice, to be completely fair. So you know what? I'm going on my own path, and I'm creating and writing my own story. It is beautiful, but at the end, I'm just taking a choice, and hopefully I can try and dunk on the community and try and get yourself more points than you guys. But that's it for me. I'm going to be going once again into the Netherrealm and disappear into absolute nothingness and send it over to our beautiful casters here of Highland Wolf and Professor Tarzan to take us through the 5th and final game of the day on Erangel.
Oh man, already in the final game. What a quick night this has been. I mean, Tarzan, this has probably been one of the fastest few series of games that I've been through in a competition for quite a while, but I'm absolutely loving it. And I think the NDL, yes, they're stomping, but we're still seeing big days. We're still seeing big days through from other teams. I don't want to say that NDL have the PMPL spot just yet, but they might with this game just get it.
And you know what? I actually love the choice by Max because it's also what I'm going to stay true to myself. I want to invest into wanting teams to do well. And I think there's a huge shoe to fill for Triple Esports. And they came in so strong, like above 300 points like from the group stage, but today they are a little bit absent, right? And I feel like that something's missing, and this is time like for them to bounce. If they don't, I feel like they will not forgive themselves for what they set out to be. They've created kind of this roster pulled together to basically win this thing. They are not close right now, but if they can start it from this game with what I believe to be a very strong drop around farm, I think they have a good chance.
I think that, like, you know, to be honest, if we just were able to put in a red zone and just nuke NDL, everyone might have a chance at that point.
Oh, but this circle, though, so juicy. I'll tell you what. Triple's win may start from right here. I'll tell you why. We talked about them being quite proactive and how farm can be very strong. We also talked about how it could be very limited when it comes to dropping Southern Island. IND slowly losing some juice. SYRAX is not living up to expectation. TRG always just prolonging that phase 1 rotation. If Triple can make that rotation and start making a plan according to the behavior and tendencies of these teams, I believe they shall be rewarded.
This is a very intriguing zone. I mean, not for a while, or I think actually really at all in this tournament specifically, where we had a zone in this way for Erangel. I mean, you look towards the other zones here on Erangel, and actually they were, yes, towards the more northern side. We saw one towards the south and towards the west, but for the first time we get to see an eastern portion. So I actually love that everything about these teams is being tested over in Erangel by the first phase zone, going in each different direction of that compass and of that Erangel map itself.
Yeah, I think that's exactly how I want to see it. Maybe we're bad people, but you know what? We believe that if we need to send one team to represent the region, you have to be tested. You have to shine in every single way. And that is one way to do it. We've got very good variety of playing path. And this circle will put this team to the test for sure. And I think it's going to be very weird as well to see two teams to perform so well last game to be very far from the circle. I'm so intrigued to see how they come in. India will be going for a very northern rotation from the likes of the minimap, which you all will see soon. FE Esports need to not repeat the mistake that they've made to disrespect the side of Conqueror UK to go through the main Rozhok road.
I think that for NDL, it's not too different. I mean, to be fair, they did drop over in Northern Georgia poll the last 2 times, so they do like to be more of that Northern team. Fortunately, I feel that for Xena Tactics, I'm not really sure what really to call them as a team. Unfortunately, they don't even have the full squad with them. I sense a little bit of disconnect with this squad when we watch them through from the group stage to the finals, right? It just feels like there's something missing. And unfortunately for Fahim, his team is missing in this situation. Players is a solo, does find one pick. They do find the initial. Can they find a second? Yes, they do. Not a third. I thought maybe the 1v4 comes out, denying expectations, but Xena Tactics, just they don't have the players with them.
And that is just a really bold thing. You know what? With TSU, even I've done the homework. I don't need to beat them, but they're a team that would go for Milta Power every time in Milta Factory. They've got that drop every single time. If they don't get to go there, they would go towards Quarry side. And seems like Xena Tactics not really here to play their best game. They don't have a full roster. My blind guess, although I don't want it to be the case, there's some issues when it comes to communication and the synergy of the team. Like it's almost like someone's dropping out, and I don't want that to be the case, right? But this is where strong spots are made. Like you go through the ups and downs together, and someone needs to really show up and pull the team together. Be that factor. I think even when I was a coach, I always say about this thing, you can be the best fragger, but I need you to be the factor of change. Wherever you go, be that good seed, you plant it somewhere and be the reason why a group of people can shine, right? And sometimes in these type of team dynamics, that is so key. Man, be the best player. If you flame everyone, makes people find it's so heavy to play in the game, no one can perform, and you're really stabbing yourself in the foot.
I mean, low key, what if you flame Max for like the fact that he just trolls every team he picks? Is that allowed? Can we flame at that point?
I'll leave that up to you, man. Like you two can sort it out by yourself. I'm going to look at the kill feed though. You know, what we noticed was Fear starting the game really strong. And that's also what I mean. Example team, we complimented them for the point average, I'd say, so-called consistency. Not really present today. I remember myself saying that I disagree. I don't think they're PMPL ready. And I think today kind of showed it. I want to be wrong because we want to have more fresh blood coming from the scene. But Fear is coming in fearless. The momentum is definitely there. The raw power, the raw talent will be sweeping everyone through the school region. Example teams not ready and not prepared to be challenged. Siraji needs to hold another 1v4.
Oh, it's just not going to happen. Junior isn't even there. And as you mentioned, that disconnect once more, literally physically in the game. Junior still only now rotating in to save their team. But they're already dead, Junior. And so might you be. Well, we find one for now. They will take Town with them. So it will be a damaged TSC ultimate if they do come out of this fight victorious. A grenade in for Junior. Will it strike onto one as well? Let's keep in mind here Fear as well. In their own fight versus example, Grouty off one side. Junior still refusing to heal. Molly does buy time, and that's now when they will heal. But Junior is still a 1v3, and it's still near what could be a very difficult fight for them.
You know what? Something's missing in the scene still. When you've got numbers advantage, even if you get knocked, you shouldn't get flushed. And now it's the chance again. Junior actually is given time to fully heal with that med kit. And with the AK in hand in these early games, those headshot damage multipliers can do huge work when they all come in that tunnel. That's the push coming through.
Oh, but it gives access now through the bottleneck. TSC Ultimate are here, and they just blow up Junior. There was nothing that could be done. I think they really had to keep control of that pinch, and unfortunately, as soon as it does go, so does Xena Tactics. Again, last out this game. And unfortunately, you gotta feel them. They might be last in coming into day 3 and throughout the whole of day 3. It's just they need to find that something beautiful, and it's just not being found quite yet. Example, they have been finding that, however. Yes, I think Example haven't been the most dominant of teams, but they've still been very, very consistent. I mean, the fact that they're up there now with 87 points, they're still buying what is an average here of 10 points per game.
Yeah, I think they are just playing in the style that somehow is not getting so much screen time. But you know what? TRG will break the fight. That is the triple that we want to see, maybe. But the answer is yes, actually.
Evil, it go over the wall, though. It is unfortunate. Rookie mistake as Sectoral caught out with nowhere to run. I mean, in that situation, is there ever an excuse to, like, be caught jumping over or vaulting over a wall, Tarzan? I don't think so.
You know what? Like, you just need to make those mistakes once, and you will go back and you keep thinking about it, and you start working on it. So mistakes are made for you to improve, and we will have the circle continuing its shift towards that eastern side with a good amount of water in play. Not too lethal, though, but that means both of these teams around the school region would need to think about their priorities. They can continue this fight on a different place. The discussion should have happened a minute ago, and this is not the time to stay. Otherwise, you lose your priority to some very, very key spots on that western side of the new circle.
Do you know where I actually think teams will be looking to fight is around in between the Shelter to the prison side? Because Shelter obviously going to have strength. I do have to hold my words here. It's Fear do now strike finally onto Example. But Fear, they're the one who lose out first. Kindboy strikes the first target. Will confirm out the first target. Uzi still left 10 in the clip. But now reloads. Bilal so low. One more bullet will do it. Bilal nowhere to go. Back behind the vehicle. One shot under the wheels would secure them. There it goes. And Kindboy, a double for them. Example, we talked about their consistency. They do find it. They have to be careful. However, there is still 2 more of Fear to come. Shoxy still there waiting in the wings. But will almost die. The shots from the DP, not quite enough. Now Icy also coming up the stairs from behind the final member, but it is Fear making those jumps back on down. Dragon, to relocate, is on their own, and it is a separated Fear as Dragon. They have been spotted. The wall does protect them for the meantime, but Icy, do they have the grenades? No, they do not. It's going to be a jump, but do they risk it?
You know what? It's just not the fight to take. And Shoxy, with practically no health, we actually get knocked by the play instead of Zoma. He's got 0 heal. Is a huge mistake and overconfidence coming from Fear Esports. The last one standing. I don't think this will be good news. Example as well, very low on resources. Just take this and run.
He has to run, but where does he go? Because here, Icy is right behind him. He does get around the wall, but it's bought enough time now for Kindboy, for Captain to enter in on too. So Dragon, he has to take the 1v3, whether we like it or not, and it's a disastrous situation. Yes, the stun was there through from Icy. It does rebound off the top of the wall, but waiting in the wings, Kindboy does first it out in Fear. Unfortunate for them, will also fall early on in this game, and I think it's quite a hard knock to what had been a very successful day for Fear. I mean, you could see them rising up. They're now in 10th position, but it was off of where Fear started today in virtually nowhere, no man's land in terms of points.
You know what? I'm going to go all in here. Fear made this huge mistake. They didn't have enough loot. They come into contact in the compound, then the zone shifted away. They didn't have the loot and resources to reset. They continue to chase. But what's worse is to forget about the landscape. That means that even Example team leave some people to the hillside behind them. They can have a very strong overwatch to secure that whole push. That was not the push to make, and Fear paid the price so heavily. I wish they would go back and watch and understand why that was just not the way to play this game.
I absolutely adore this ridgeline here. Just these few series of compounds. I mean, in between mansion here, this is like the god spot in an eastern shift, right? In around mansion, it's completely flat around you. Most wanted. It's gonna be so hard for actually even a team like NDL and even their team fight prowess to take charge onto them. It's also Conqueror. They do find one down. It will be a strike back onto Strangers. It's down to 3, they will fall.
Well, very interesting part of the map to play. You always need to have 360. You need to park your cars in a way that allows you to get going. If you need to reset, you need to just change your split. They need to be ready, right? And they need to also look at the other parts of the map because it was kind of off north initially, but now it will become a very important point of control for the sides of Strangers to hold that down. But Prison will be hot, and hot as well.
Prison is, you mentioned, and we also mentioned, going to be a highly contested compound, but because of these ridge lines here that you can control, it's such a strength. If here IND can keep this, the highest point, they're easily able to strike down onto SYRAX. Yes, they have lost device, but for IND, this looks like the best really position I've seen them play all day, and I think for IND, they're really one of those squads who do need this boosted points. They started out today. Here, I do believe Tarzan, and if I get the stats, actually with 63 points. Now they're only at 75. That's 12 points, an average of 3 points a game so far.
You know what? This is the time to shine. I think they bounce back pretty strong. They have the ability to as well, but they need to think about the map now, where the knowledge has to come in. There are options that you cannot go straight through the center. That's no way. Prison does not allow you to do that when there's a team like SYRAX in front of them as well. Of course, they don't know they're them, but you just need to play it well. Like, they need to go for wide rotation. It's going to be so hard because they are so southern. It's so likely that they need to rotate. But the center belt is actually quite empty to my surprise. And Team Savage is in there. And you know what? Considering that they like to clump Island Wolf, I think those are some of the best compounds to really clump up for the given surrounding landscape.
Oh, I think there's certainly for sure Mansion is going to be one of the best compounds here remaining. However, I also am kind of against Mansion. I'm not really sure if it's just the thing that it is so difficult to find a way out of Mansion, and the fact that the gate around the building is a little bit tricky. You can find yourself pincered from multiple angles, especially as teams close in. But I like that in the sense Team Savage aren't going into the building. They're playing more just off to the edge of that, and they're playing more to the hills. That zone is brutal once more. And that southern shift from all of those teams, that's where the fighting really begins. And it's triple already off. On go stations they drive. And not so much, though, for Conqueror. I mean, if you could go as slow as 1 mile per hour, I mean, let's just face it, Snowboy, they're not going to be caught for speeding.
You know what? This is what we want to see from Triple, and that needs to be true because Maxman need that point. So do we? You know, the whole squad, like, off the caster desk are trying to get some points right here. My choice already failed, but you know what can't fail is this chance to spray down the rotating teams. Team Savage is yet to deliver.
Conqueror, they do push one in. Now come the rest, also from Strangers, but Team Savage, there's so many teams, and this is the typical problem, Tarzan. When you are only 4 players, you're all clumped up together, it's so difficult to actually stop everyone just rotating in around you. Yes, you can maybe stop one, but as you can see, Nox now coming against him as Conqueror Hitman finds Power Boy. And even there, also G9 Strangers falling off the back end. You cannot stop them all. Conqueror, they're moving in even further. They're moving on to Team Savage. Now they were bored inside the house. You knew that they found one, but it's a one in return. Rupo goes inside the flames, so they're burning alive. And Team Savage, they still control their home. They will not be stopped. However, Conqueror, still Hitman, moving their way in. Danoka on the other entrance. Grenades in top of the stairs. They don't want any of this nonsense coming down into them as a revive comes through.
You know what, like, I appreciate the decisiveness coming from Conqueror, but you know what, the backdrop, that Overwatch compound can be pushed so easily as well. And this, what? Third party, this is going to be insane.
Kosti coming in, but gets slapped down by Conqueror as soon as he goes moving his building. It's now Team Savage. They stopped the rest of the push, excuse me, have been deleted. Coming into this zone, and there they go, 13th position.
And Conqueror now like spread across two buildings. They came in here and got what they didn't plan to get, but they would take that no problem. Excuse me, not doing well this game. Still holding that decent spot. That's the opening knock right here.
You can see they're going in. Hitman, action, stations. Molly will barely not land though, but they're still going in anyways. Stanoka dodges out one. The Molly pushing him back. UV, Rupo now not, but we still can't get into support. The Molly also held there off Conqueror. It's again a reset, but Hitman is upstairs and moving ever so closer in. Hitman does fire the through shots in. Yui almost getting knocked. That nade rebounded through. Right behind him. The shot reload through. And they equip shut down Hitman. Snow point as well. Yui 2v1. Can he find 3? No, he cannot. But a support through from Hidden's enough. And Conqueror also out.
Man, that is so scrappy in a way, but that is just down. Just get down and do it dirty. And I'm so happy for Team Savage. They held that down. Like, and Conqueror to have made that play was actually a great idea, but it's just so hard to support. You know, that 1-3 is huge. But you know what? We're starting to get so much juice out of this tournament. After this game, we'll officially be down to 1/3 of the matches.
And that's why, Tarzan, at these points in this game, they really matter because, as we know, NDL, they're rolling away with potentially that PMPL spot. It is going to be, though, the Red Suns Rotom has something to say about that one, no. 2 easy ones picked up now, I see. The slow roll in here as Red Suns loading carefully to delete down, I see. There they go. Complete deny through from this next phase as well, NDL. They have now found Team Savage. They have held off one. NDL, an even bigger target here as they are leading the charge on this leaderboard. What would be a insane shutdown. Team Savage climbing all the way now into 4th position with those kills. If they find this, they equalize into 3rd. And for Team Savage, they're looking at potentially even stealing 2nd place going into this final day.
This is actually insane. Like a team just finding the really silent and stealthy way to get these points, but like those hold were amazing to watch. And now in the area, also with the precision known, would be most wanted to Overwatch from the main mansion compound with good covers to protect the cars. Now could be able.
Oh, hey!
Come on, that's beautiful. And the third party will be there, that's for sure. Right, so this is for Team Savage to think about NDL as well. That's going to be a little bit scrappy.
NDL? I mean, that was like some geometry right there in those grenades.
And that's beautiful. And it's so much about like the quick comms in this type of skirmish as well. The reset needs to come through. I'm waiting for Most Wanted to create some covers for themselves, to pull themselves close, scout from their position, and start applying pressure.
Still, Team Savage, they are holding on. Look at NDL, though, right outside. IND also out. It's huge, but Team Savage don't have the huge opportunity given to them. NDL, they're pushing in, slapping down. They found when they're using the spray, but Euphoria's out, and inside the smoke, they're defending. They're begging for mercy now. NDL inside, but Paraboy still down to half HP, down to nothing. It's only them and UV. They will be knocked. UV on the backside. They have to pull off a miracle. Oh, they are so low. UV, they're trying to make a revive. More smokes are quit back into the revives for NDL, but who would be quick? I mean, if UV just stepped up right now, maybe they could even find a Most Wanted also coming in for the third party.
You know what? This is amazing. They need to make this count. It's about those eye buttons on those smokes, and this time to third party.
Most Wanted are going to shut down potentially here. Team Savage, Molly over the top. Now NDL as well, stuck in between a three-way fight of giants of the UK scene. But NDL, they still continue to push. They do not care. They hear Most Wanted stand. And Hardman around the backside. 12 Zephyr on the garage entrance. NDL, they're slightly holding back for now. They didn't want to push against Team Savage. They know Most Wanted are here. Hardman adds pushing even further in.
What, like now that Most Wanted is on the outside, but hold that thought, that is actually Strangers coming in to destroy the dreams of Sons of Odin. This is the outside of the map, the blue zone's about to close. Everyone's trying to get an entry. There's so few players in that circle right now.
Oh, but NDL, they're going back in, Tarzan. They're going in for round 3 at this point. And now NDL, they will watch Sons of Odin fall. They're potentially going to watch now Team Savage fall alongside them in this kill feed. They're wanting it. Moving on back downstairs. Roker turns his attention onto Most Wanted. Outside he goes, pops down, but cannot find his shots. Most Wanted turn it through, and it's now going to be Hardman getting flushed through. The second, however, of Zephyr finds a beautiful double. A third, no one will be denied. Jaja survives. Jaja with a pull out, but only 1 kill for now from NDL. Back onto the revives? Don't think so. Jaja will hold though. Rokis, the revive coming through. Most Wanted, revives coming through. And Team Savage, how the hell are they still alive?
They just stayed out of that action, and that is the blue zone coming as well. They waited, and Most Wanted thought they were gonna get something, but instead they saved the team that could really take away their spot, and they left. That is UV into the zone with the covers.
12 down as well, and now Team Savage Paraboy going down to Rokis. They will not escape death as a solo runs in on to the zone. Yuvi does make it, but sacrifices one. Now down to a solo again. Rokis takes out the vehicle, but it's burning. It's smoking. A couple bullets would do it, but can they find the target in front as well? NDL spots out another. TSC Ultimate are here for the party too. And I want some of that juice.
Oh my lord, this is just a crazy game. There's so much to analyze, and right now, NDL refuses to go down. The circle will continue to toy with their luck, and that is their vehicle gone.
No vehicle, might be no lives, is Jaja will be found, and Bilal double on top. Rokis say explode NDL out of existence. Now also SYRAX, a solo player. Team Savage to a solo. Still Strangers. But look at who has a full squad here, Tarzan. Oma, all 4 players. They haven't found success, but this could be the match.
You know what? Please win this game. I know they know they have a good number of players as well. They need to make a way in, though. They've been doing this in the very stealthy way, maybe, but I'm proved wrong. 6 kills on board. They are the kings of the eastern side. There's more to do. There's going to be Oma controlling the compound as well. Is now needing to think, do we move? What do we do right now? Both into the buggy, now sending with the 70 meters further than you think.
Oh, no! Tarzan! You felt that through the whole of your heart. Height SYRAX, the double onto Oma shuts them down. And now Oma, they also have the problem. They're down to 2.
And then finally, Team Savage goes out. You know what? It's about time. And that will be TSC rising in the last games. Where have you been all this time? Sometimes we say that, but today overall, it's been great. It's great to start well. It's great to end on a high note. We're not quite there yet. There is still hope. Same for Oma. 7 kills on board. This is a very different Game 5 that we're seeing.
Whiplash still alive here for Oma, still the supreme. They will deploy the smokes at Uzi there for the spray, for the close range contact, but we don't know where they are. Hype still needs to cross into the open. The zone is on the edge. It will close in. Phase 7, now into Phase 8.
Going to be so scary. I can't imagine this with Hype getting this one potentially. SYRAX may just bounce, but I just jinxed him so bad. It's going to be a 2v2 with the relative high ground for the side of TSC. If they know how to do this, they can really make it work. OMA would have that very much needed backpack space management, will slowly crawl in. It's now down to those ears. Sharpen them up. They need to pick up cues.
OMA Supreme on one side, Whiplash on the other. TSC Ultimate, we've seen this before. Game 3 yesterday, TSC Ultimate holding firm, not giving the sound cues, not letting it slide. Is Albi holding in behind the tree, crucial here for them.
You know what? We're just going to go silent for this. It's all down to these small bits. Whiplash, though. Full level 3 gear with no first aids, both of these players, so it's not going to be good. That will be the knock coming through.
That's one. But straight back in. Bilal, 1-for-1, but his zone wants to play too. Supreme knockdown, half HP. Albi will find the final shot. In TSC Ultimate are your victors of game number 10, end of day 2. And a strike down like the Eagles they are.
You know what? Man, like, I predicted them sometime, but maybe on the wrong map. Like, Sanhok is just so chaotic, but we could feel it. Like, through this squad, they are coming together well this day. Like, we've been waiting and waiting. From day one, we even highlighted them, and they just made it into this finals, but they are now shining like a diamond. What a brilliant game. And that game was one of the craziest we've seen. Like, the 3-4-way fights, man, you can't ask for more.
Absolutely fantastic. 5 games, 3-4. These beautiful nights here that we've had once more, but 10 games down, 5 more to go. We're going to break down everything that you need to know coming into the final day just after one more break.
Can you hear it coming? Can you feel your heart beating faster and faster? Can you smell a chicken dinner? This is the PUBG Mobile National Championship. The adrenaline of competition, the suspense, the bravery, and the most explosive moments in mobile gaming. Excited? And we haven't even mentioned the prize pool, which is hold on to your parachutes. £22,000! Now that's a chicken dinner.
The ultimate game for TSC Ultimate. What a way to close off day 2 here of the PMNC UK Finals 2021 edition. It's been great. We had some fantastic games on Miramar, on Sanhok, on Erangel, and we still got another day to go. We're only 2/3 through, so you better stick around for the rest of the action tomorrow. But don't forget, also, not only today's action, but tomorrow's action is brought to you by none other than Xiaomi, the one and only company that allows you to enjoy some great PUBG Mobile experience over here, thanks to the Xiaomi's powerful Redmi Note 10 5G. But there you go, TSC Ultimate. You said to us, and you thought you voted for them at some point, you know, but didn't vote for them this time, so it doesn't count. But regardless, they closed off that game so well. They had the numbers, they took the control. That is what you want to see at the end of a game.
You know what, like, that's lovely to see. I think there's not a lot of teams who have basically brought the momentum from yesterday, who have made a decent statement, other than maybe NDL. But you know what, that's kind of expected. So TSC is one team to watch for sure, and it's actually a little bit heartbreaking to see like Fear Esports got some good start. It's about time for them to do that, but to lose it based on some really weird macro decisions is it actually hurts Max. Like it really is.
It does hurt a little bit at the end there when you see the opportunity and it just slips right through their fingers. I feel like they must also feel pretty horrible about that, unfortunately. But you know what? Still got tomorrow. Still got 5 more games, so I'm sure we can see them pretty well. But you know what? We don't want to wait any longer. We're going to skip the highlights for now, at least. There might come a few as a surprise later on down the line. But we're going to be looking at the bottom 8. Okay, here in my ear right now. No highlights. No highlights for you. You've been bad. You didn't get the community votes earlier, so you're done. But TRG taking himself a bubble home, unfortunately. So Xenotactic, I'm seeing somewhat of a redundant factor here that they are consistently at the bottom, so they've got to try and work on that just a tad. My vote of triple, unfortunately, 9th place was 5 points. I seem like I jinxed him a little bit here, Highland. Feels bad, man, but as we're going to be trying to shift over to the top 8 teams, we'll see. I think people are used to me cursing teams now.
I mean, to be fair, I joked about it at the start. I didn't think it would quite happen, to be fair. I mean, Fear as well, they also struggled. I was thinking of voting for Fear. I still kind of jinxed also Conqueror, but kind of fell down. Yes, it grabbed 3 points, but I think still Tarzan, the only one that's really safe from the power of bringing down a team.
Yes, and I would think about that over tonight. And you know what? I did say, though, I tried to invest in some hope, I should say. Does that make sense? I don't know, because momentum is one thing. We always talk about it, and team can use that type of energy for either good or bad games to their advantage. And I just want to see more of that. You know, like consistency comes through when you know how to behave and know how to play when you're on a high note. So that is the thing. But you know what? TeamOma, a bit of a surprising one this time, and slowly coming in, they still got the chance. 20-point game definitely would prepare them up quite a lot, considering the standing situation right now.
I mean, they were falling way too far behind. So this is actually great to see them get himself a 20-pointer, 8 kills, 2, nothing too shabby about that. But of course, if they want to make sure they get a decent portion of the prize pool, because, oh man, I'm not going to lie, they're out of the running for the PMPL slot. We're not going to lie, unless they get 5 wins in a row, which I've never seen that, like, ever. The closest I've ever seen is Udugank in PMPL East. PMW actually East, where they got 3 wins in a row, but that is all. So yeah, yes. Oma potentially could try and get a little bit of a better portion of the prize pool at the very end, but I still want to say that is another piece of performance from Strangers here, Highland. Got himself a decent amount of points throughout the entirety of today, and also Team Savage. It seemed like the teams that needed results actually did pull through somewhat.
Right, indeed, and it's actually the consistency through from these teams is what we were looking for coming into today. And to reiterate back again, the rise of these squads, we also looked at Team Savage being that case of have they just survived, they were able to pick up those extra points. They were able to come now and stay potentially 2nd place. I think they may have risen into 3rd. To 2nd might be a stretch. We'll have to see on that overall leaderboard. I was also going to highlight as well that I have seen 4 wins in a row, and I was like, wait, no, hold up. That was also from NDL. So I was like, does that really count?
I think we're going to be good on NDL. We would talk so much about NDL, especially Tarzan. You know, we can just keep on going here, man. I'm sorry, man. Got to bring it up sometime, Law.
But you know what?
Now on our top 5 players per kills, Jay's going to be up there. That's a player we haven't seen at all, actually. That's the first time he's going to be on our top 5 leaderboard for top 5 kills, and he's going to be up there for Oma, and he's looking real dapper there. Really good with the tie and everything.
That's style.
Yeah. Hey, Tarzan, you guys got to get on point there.
Man, you know what? We're gonna dress well tomorrow, right? We're gonna have gentleman's agreement. You know what? Everyone needs to spice it up. And you know what? I think Jay-Z actually came in earlier today as well. So he is slowly getting there. It might not be accident by any chance. He's just, coming in and really leading the charts for this game. And you know what? It's actually crazy to see how some of these teams decide to go around those plays. And, Roka's still up there. I don't think it's surprising at all there, but they withstood the pressure. Yeah. And it's just so scrappy, that compound fight.
Yeah, another player with a lot of experience is Hardman, so great team up there with 516 damage to his name for Most Wanted. But also, we're going to see how many points, of the community vote will be going to the name of the community on the YouTube and Twitch chat, and that is going to be 1 point, as SYRAX did make a top 3 happen on this final game of the day. So GG well played to you guys. I mean, we had 3 points last game, so I think we can't really complain too much, Highland. I think we can be pretty stoked about that one, and also that's an extra code, so I'm going to definitely have to redeem that one myself, because I haven't done it yet, but I want to get myself that parachute that is way too sick, Highland.
It is pretty darn sick indeed. I mean, to actually look at now how close, yes, NDL are way up ahead, but overall how those leaderboards really have adapted in day 2. It's still very close when you think about it. That prize money down in towards the second to the 8th team. I was going to say the 6th team, but actually I would actually put it down towards the 8th team overall. I think that, yes, I think it's going to take a miracle to really beat out NDL, or just, as I say, Red Zone, nuke them at the start of every game. But on the other hand, I think that it is still the money that a lot of these teams can work towards.
Yeah, of course, got some extra prize pool. And don't forget, the MVP prize is going to be £450 to get. So if you're going to be the top player, £450, that's a lot of cookies. I don't know why. I always count my prize pool in cookies because I'm a big fan of cookies. I love them. I think they're great. So there you go, if that's something you're interested into. But still, don't forget that the MVP does get a pretty amount of the prize pool for himself. Though, don't forget, PMPL slot, that's going to be the most important thing you got to try and work towards. But also, as I just talked about, and well, me and production was so in sync. We were talking about the MVP. Who's going to be up there? And really, Tarzan, are we surprised? Not really. He's been top 5 fragger, top 5 damage almost every game. It's none other than Jody for India.
Yeah, I mean, that's no surprise to me. I would say I expect this from Jody and their squad, and I just need to see them have very, very good games. So I want them to dominate. I'm not saying that I don't want other teams to do well, but if we are going to send one squad to represent the region, we want one that can go all the way. And I think India has the ability to, but they need to show some sort of consistency when it comes to timed aggression, right? Just like a different way to approach the fight to make it, easier for themselves, right? So that is something that I want to see from them. But for now, it's been working out great, but the lead can be even bigger.
It can be even bigger, of course, coming into this one, as now we're going to overlook our 5 wins of the day. So now we have quite a few teams that got themselves 2 wins throughout the entirety of these finals for the PMNC UK. Triple, this is their 2nd win. Same for India, this is also their 2nd win. And TSC Ultimate got himself a win also yesterday. So now that will be their 2nd as they closed off with a dub. And now we can finally have a quick overlook of the overall rankings. And Highland, I talked about it earlier, right? If they create more than a 50-point lead, NDL is going to be so hard to take down, even for the team that's currently in 2nd. But
look at that rise.
They jumped 8.
8 spots. 8 spots above. I mean, I thought that maybe Savage would be the ones to take 2nd, but damn, TSC Ultimate rose on that board.
Sorry. But we talked about it, right, guys? That's the power of one big game. And it's still right there. Just think about winning a game with just a few kills. To be any of these teams, especially on the left-hand side, you are right up there. And so it's still a game for them to win. You just need to tap into that zone, have 2 games in particular. I'd say if you can do more, that would be great. But that's enough. And sometimes you don't need to lose it and say we can't go to PMPL anymore. That's money on the line, man. So that will be what they need to play for as well. And nonetheless, always play to your best ability.
As now we're going to be overlooking the top 5 kill players of the entirety of today. So that's going to be an average throughout the 5 games. Just so you know, I know a lot of people might not be sure of what's a good average in PUBG Mobile Esports in the competitive side of things. Above 1 is like a minimum requirement. You need to do that. Above 2 is above average, so really strong. But if you get close to 3 or even above 3 on an average per game in terms of kills, that is a really strong way to show that you're just dominating on the battleground, right, Highline?
I mean, to be fair, yes, Jody is an absolutely exceptional player and has been, I think, smurfing their way through for the team. But it's not just one individual player. It's the fact that through the kills and also the damage top 5 throughout the entirety of the tournament, again, 3 members of NDL up there. I also want to give credit, though, to the fact that Conqueror and Triple Esports also there in both the damage and the kills, too.
Yeah, great to see also Athos there for Triple. He was a player for Eastern Stars, potentially still is. I don't know how that's going to work out for the next PMPL. But yeah, that is 2 days in a row where we have an NDL MVP. Day 1 it was Euphoria, and now we're going to have ourselves Jody. So we'll see if it's going to be Raucus on day 3. That'll be a great way to close it off. As now we have to have a quick overlook of the overall points we got. And man, that match 4, that was the biggest dub, Tarzan, man. We were on point. I'm happy I stole Tarzan's point, though, of NDL. I'm really proud of me stealing at the right time.
It's trust. It's a relationship, man. That comes victorious. So you know what? I don't know what we got yesterday. I don't know how it's going to work. But if we're going day by day, we are now tied, guys. So we need to see how it goes. We're going to do our homework.
No.
Tarzan, that's just no. Relationship. I thought we had something in Game 4 together. I mean,
what do you mean?
Are you leaving me? We're talking about divorce papers. You're leaving me for Max?
Hey, man, you know what? I just think it's a nice gesture, right? It should be rewarded. Like,
I'm out of here, guys.
You know, I trusted you to make your choice, and you made it, and that is love as well. You know what? Like, so that's that. But you know what? That was a good one. I thought we were going to lose it all, guys. So what an amazing day. That was, you know, very different to yesterday in a very nice way. Many different type of plays, teams that we wouldn't expect to blow up as well.
Yeah, I mean, jumping eight extra positions, TSC Ultimate really blew this entire tournament out of the waters with today's performance. Hopefully, they can try and continue that way throughout tomorrow, because tomorrow, 5 more games will be coming your way. 2 Erangels, 2 Miramars, and 1 Sanhok. You definitely do not want to miss it. So with that said, that's going to be all for myself, Alan Wolf, and also Professor Tarzan. Thank you so much for taking us through the games today. It's been an absolute pleasure. Hope you guys at home had a fantastic day with us today. Don't miss tomorrow, same time, same place for day 3 of the PMNC UK Finals.
Can you hear it coming? Can you feel your heart beating faster and faster? Can you smell a chicken dinner? This is the PUBG Mobile National Championship. The adrenaline of competition, the suspense, the bravery, and the most explosive moments in mobile gaming. Excited? And we haven't even mentioned the prize pool, which is, hold on to your parachutes, £22,000. Now that's a chicken dinner.